landlubbers, it's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. Hi, hello, welcome back. We're here again. It is Friday, July 10th. It seems like a ton of time has passed, but like that's kind of what happens when just like you do something at the end of a week. It's been like 2 weeks basically. It feels like it should be less time than that, but that's not how it is. I was not streaming last weekend for uh combination birthday 4th of July festivities as it does, as one does. Thank you for gifting 3 months of sub to Keither Devilish. Thank you for that. Yeah, so how's everybody been? I hope you are well. Had a great time. My mom went to great lengths to do special birthday stuff. It was very exciting. It was very sort of Winnie the Pooh related. There's I got this small guy. He has magnet hands, so he can hold on to something. I was wearing him on my like theme park backpack. We were doing some Disney days. We did a day at all of the parks here in Florida that aren't Animal Kingdom, because it's really hard to make a full day out of Animal Kingdom. And if you do, it probably means you've done something really difficult. It was great. We got a chance to check out. They made a new location of Level 99. It like just opened here. It's a place I went to in the past. There's a point a few years ago when I met up with Tech and Cotillion for like a touring live show, and we were in the Boston area, and someone recommended we check out this place, Level 99, and it's like a combination of uh like live experience challenges that like escape rooms do to some extent, but also like a lot of like video game like theming and like concept borrowing. It's really interesting. The new location had like a lot of familiar stuff and like some new stuff too, which was interesting. Hi, funny godmothers, my sister. Hello, thank you for the birthday wishes. Also, cannot be overstated how much my sister contributed to making birthday Disney stuff happen. She has all these Disney magic powers and extended some of the pixie dust, as it were, to make the whole trip run good. So thank you for that.
Did somebody
very
say
much.
birthday?
It's true. It's at some point someone must certainly have said birthday.
Ole!
The least you can do. That's definitely not true. It's very generous. Thank you. I hope you had a good time on the 4th of July. Well, listen, I would not expect you to come out for 4th of July. After I know you had a rough go of it last year, and B, Lord, look, I had a great time. The weather was deeply unpleasant. I mean, it was supposed to like thunderstorm from like 5 p.m. like every day for like the entirety of the time that we were like staying in Orlando. And it only happened on like the last full day, but I do have to say that was a profoundly stupid experience. But in addition to that, because it wasn't raining, it was so humid and like mid 90s and like felt like it was over 100, and it was just genuinely just disgusting outside. It was like, if it was possible to do exactly the same thing and just not have that weather, like that'd be great. But like I'm not trying to complain. I'm just saying there are many of reasons why you may not wish to make the trek out here, but your presence is felt in spirit and you contributed quite plenty. Got to see the most insane public safety violation ever. That's subpar. That's substandard. Let me tell you about that the last day. at the park. So like for those of you who haven't like legitimately planned your own like Disney theme park experience since like the early 2000s, you may not be familiar with the new technology of the lightning lane, which is if you went to the parks in the 90s, they had something called Fast Pass, which was a system where you would like go around the park and they had special like kiosks to distribute like a fast pass. You would like show it your park ticket and it would like process that and be like, yeah, okay, this person is able to get a fast pass, and it lets you like, you know, it's basically a virtual queue in the sense that like you have this pass and it like gives you a time frame of like I think it used to be like 30 minutes. It's been a while since those were a thing, but like it gives you this little window and then you're like return to the ride and you just show it to a person. You're like, look, the numbers are good, and they're like, the numbers are good. Go on the ride right now. It was really good. And they've changed it over time. There's a whole complicated history of it. You should look up the Defunct Lane YouTube videos on it. It's super, super, super interesting. And also like super, super, super depressing. But so like now like Lightning Lane is a thing where like it's a virtual queue and you can plan it like up to a week in advance if you're staying at a Disney resort, which we were this time. And I don't actually remember how many of the like room photos I posted to the Discord. If someone reminds me later, I'll post the rest. But so like basically I had to kind of like plan like a week in advance like what the big hits were, like what the rest that wanted to go on would be. And I bought I booked a trip on the Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind for each one of the 3 park days. And so on the last day, my mom and I like park hopped over to Epcot from Hollywood Studios solely to ride the Guardians of the Galaxy ride one more time because it rules. It's extremely good. And there was already, the time was like late afternoon. I forget exactly. It was like 4:45 or like close to 5 o'clock or something was like the time that was allocated for us to go on the ride. And so we you know like we get to the front of the line. It's like moving kind of slow and I'm suspicious of it. And we like go through the like ride show and we get like taken to the like proper queue to like load onto the vehicles. And then our side, it's sort of like there's an entry ramp and they divide you in like 2 directions. And my mom and I got like put on one side and like that one broke down. And then they like very methodically took everyone from that side over to the other side of the ramp. And then that one broke down. And then like basically like a whole bunch of nonsense transpired for like 40 minutes, which like, you know, it's like,
no.
Yeah, it's not ideal. But like, you know, worse things happen. You know, you're at like a theme park and like we were already like pretty close to the front of the line. So like, assuming the ride ever started back up, like it wouldn't be that big a deal. It's just that like it sort of kept going and like there wasn't a lot of progress and it took a lot of time. It also wouldn't be a big deal except for the fact that like, you know, there was the looming like afternoon forecast every day and like it hadn't rained significantly like the whole trip. I'll remind you, this was like the last full day, right? So, you know, we're there for like 40 minutes. It finally kicks back up. We get our ride. It's awesome. There was I've learned that like the most updated Disney rides have a feature where like, you know, if there's like dialogue on the ride, they have like an extended version of it in case there's like a hiccup that doesn't completely shut down the ride. And I know this because like all of the rides were like at their limit like the whole weekend. Like stuff with like indoor air conditioned rides were getting shut down because of like heat reasons is like my understanding of stuff. Like the
Sure what
temperature was
on
bad.
That will achieve.
And so we like get on the ride and like we get like one of those extended lines where like it's kind of just supposed to be like this little quip and then like you get your roller coaster launch and it's very exciting and it like the quip happened and then like they like vamped a little bit, like there was some fun like back and forth dialogue. They did a good job writing it, and then it still kind of sat for like another like 20 or 30 seconds, and then it launched, which was very funny. But like everything's like a little bit like that. I mean, it's a holiday weekend, the weather was challenging, and I don't know if things were like necessarily at capacity, but I think they were like at least close. But so, we go there, we kind of plan to just like go into the park, get out real quick, try to avoid the weather. What ends up happening is we go there, ride's broken down for about 40 minutes. We get on the ride, we go through it, we get off, and the sky is like deeply, deeply ominous. Now, an interesting procedural note here is that like we were staying at a Disney resort, the Art of Animation, which has these like animated Disney movie themed buildings and like decorations and stuff. It's all really interesting. One of the features of this is that it is on like the Sky Tram system, which means you don't have to like take a bus or drive to the parks necessarily. You can take these Sky cars that like they're almost like a delightful slow-paced ride where you get to look over the scenery. Problem is, this is the sole way that one can get to and from the parks using like Disney's infrastructure if you're at a resort that supports them, or like a subset of the ones that support them at least. I don't know if they all have this issue. Like basically like as long as the Sky Cars are running, it's like the only way to get to and from, unless you drove yourself, which again is like normally fine if there's not inclement weather or like a system malfunction. Then you simply ride it back to your hotel and you have a great time. But we get off the ride. It took longer than expected, pushed us like right up against the like nasty forecast, and so like we have to cross the park to get to the tram that will take us back to the hotel. And like we're sort of debating this as we're walking, like, does it make more sense to assume that this is going to shut down and that we'll need to get a bus from the front of the park, or to like hope that we hit like an intermediate zone where like we can still get on? I don't
need a map to get to Bone Town.
And it doesn't take us super long when we get back. And so like, long story short, we like ultimately decide like, well, there's no guarantee that the buses will be a thing by the time we get there. And if we are fast enough and lucky enough, then like, we'll just get on and it's fine. It's not a problem. And so we cross the park and we get like right up to the trams, and like as we're going, like the rain starts coming down, but it's not like super bad at first. It picks up a little bit and we like stop to put on like some rain gear. And then like as we like continue to walk through the park, like there's thunder and it's like that's not a good sign. I'm pretty sure like any active lightning is enough to shut it down, but at this point we're like most of the way there. So we get there and the trams are shut down, and the rain has started to pick up a bit. And so we get creative. We find some place local to the Skyway to hide out from the rain for a bit. We watched the Beauty and the Beast sing along mini movie that like happens in the French part of the World Showcase in Epcot Center, which contains a wonderful line that's not in the actual movie because it takes a lot of liberties. And basically it purports that like Gaston's sidekick LeFou is like secretly the hero of everything that happens in Beauty and the Beast, which I think is insane. But like as a result of this, when he sees Gaston and all the villagers come to the castle to kill the beast, he like looks out the window and he says, "Oh no, it's Gaston and a chorus of singing Frenchmen," which I was like, dang, I wish I had that for the old soundboard. But also I'm pretty sure like it's been a minute, but I feel like if I went back and watched Beauty and the Beast, he would like definitely be in the crowd of people coming to kill the beast. Like I'm like almost 100% sure that's true. So like it seems really hard to make the case that that's happening. But yeah, so I digress. So in summation, to bring you back up to speed, we plan to just ride Guardians of the Galaxy once and sort of head back to the room and like start getting ready to pack and do things to tie up the trip, have like a easy final evening. And so we go to Epcot specifically to go on Guardians of the Galaxy. We ride it. It's awesome. It did take like 40 minutes. It pushed us like right up to storm time. We're like, all right, our options are to like hope that things go exactly the right amount of wrong for the bus system to start taking people back to our resort, or that they go the right amount of good that by the time we get to the tram, it will still be running to take us back to the resort. And we found out that they had shut down the Sky Trams, so we couldn't get back to the resort that way. And then we had to sort of like wait out the rain the best we could, but like it was really sticking around for a while. So then what we ended up having to do was to cross the park again. So let me walk you through this. We started at the tram, which is at like the back of Epcot, crossed the majority of the park to get to Guardians of the Galaxy, then crossed from Guardians of the Galaxy back to the tram, hoping it would be running, and it wasn't. And then when we decided, like, well, at this point, it seems like bus is the only option, then we had to cross the park again to get to the front of the park, because when the Sky Trams are down, the buses are running. And when we get there, it's still raining. It's important to note that it's still raining. But we talked to, like, a quote-unquote cast member at the front of the park who's like positioned by like the entrance to like all the short bus depots, and we're like, hey, so like none of the signs here are indicating where we would get a bus to take us back to our resort because the Skytram's down. And this woman's just like, oh well, the weather has improved enough that the Skytram is running. And it's like, well, it's still raining, and when we left, which is where we just came from, it wasn't running. And she was like, yeah, but if the Skytram is running, then the bus isn't running. So we've just like already decided that's not possible. So again, to recap, started at the back of the park, crossed to the ride, crossed from the ride to the back of the park, crossed from the back of the park to the bus. And then they're like, somehow you found like the exact sweet spot that when you left the back of the park, you couldn't leave there. But when you got to the front of the park, you couldn't leave there. So now I have to go to the back of the park again. And when we did that, well, no, that's not even true. When we reached that point, our options weren't actually solely to...
I might get wet.
You would get wet anywhere in the park. It was raining so much. It wasn't like the worst rain I've ever seen by any stretch, but like you would get wet down there. But so like we actually had two options. We could try to cross the entire park again to get back to the tram, but another option that was technically available to us was to take the bus to a separate theme park so that we could take their Sky Trams back, because that wouldn't involve so much walking in the rain. Now the stupid part about that is that was the option that we ended up taking, because we had already walked so much in the rain and it just didn't seem like a good time or a worthwhile effort. So we like take the tram, and the dumbest part of all is that the bus that was supposed to take us from Epcot to Hollywood Studios so that we could get to the closer entrance to the Skytram that Hollywood Studios has, to then take that back to our resort. But in order to do that, the bus literally passed our resort. It could have just like taken a turn and like let us off and let us like walk there. The system, like, so things had to go like a really specific amount of wrong for things to break this badly. But like, you know what it's like for me because you've been here before. None of you are new. I see you there, Sniper Justin. I know you're not new. I know you arrived just in time for a key recap of the story. Thanks for being here. But like, so the idea is that like, it's normally binary in the sense that like, if the weather's fine, the trams are working. If the weather's not fine, the buses pick up the slack. There's like a third mode where you're supposed to be able to like pay, you're basically supposed to like charter a Disney van to like take you directly back, but like that's for like, I don't know, wealthy people who didn't like book a VIP tour or something like that. But it was like a mess. So like the issue is that like it was raining enough to shut it down, but like it let up enough that even though it probably still should have been shut down, I don't know, they decided it was fine now. And like that decision is what screwed us over, is because like now the bus is like immediately stopped.
My wetware's dried up.
And the only thing that we could do is like take the bus over to a separate theme park to leave the theme park we started from. Like it was It's just like a really stupid occurrence. But like we did eventually reach Hollywood Studios and take the Skyway back from that. But like, boy, we sure took the scenic route on that one. Yeah, that was a full 9 mile. I think we ended up beating 9 miles in the end. Um, Waiting for a break in the store. I mean, it's just it wasn't like the hardest of the rain was like around the time we like saw the Beauty and the Beast thing. It's true, we didn't actually see any of the minivans. I don't know how much they are, but like they didn't seem imminently available even if we wanted to take that ludicrous route. So like again, like those are your options. If you didn't like drive your own vehicle or whatever, then like your options are basically like, you know, the Skytram for the particular resort we were at, or like charter a minivan, or like bus shenanigans. Minivans need to be sold and make a ton of money. Well, no, I mean, they're doing what they can with them, which is to own them proprietarily and then force people to rent them on a regular basis. I think they're living their best fiscal life on that one already. But like, yeah, let me hasten to say that this isn't a story that's meant to tell you that like, boy, woe is me, I had such a bad time in the happiest place on earth. It's just that one, it's kind of a funny story to like understand like how wild that is all set up to work. And the other thing is just that like there's no escaping being me no matter how hard we tried. There were like a lot of these stories. If you want tomorrow, I can tell you the the whole like saga of the dining area at the resort was such an oyster carnival. My brothers and sisters in faith, it is like a sequence of some of the most clownish shenanigans just to simply buy some like pretty straightforward meals. Like it genuinely is like so bad it's funny. Like it's not even that like it came back around again. It's just like it's just so bad it simply is funny. I don't know. But like I had a great time. My mom was very patient with a lot of the things that like didn't go exactly according to plan. She still made sure that I got to go to the Cheesecake Factory for my birthday, which is very nice. We also stopped by the Cheesecake Factory on the way out of town in order to, and this is true, put an entire cheesecake from the Cheesecake Factory basically at a 90-degree angle inside a cooler I couldn't quite get closed that was full of ice to transport it back to here. And at this point, I've had 1/4 of that cheesecake. It's been a really interesting dietary week for me.
Did someone say birthday?
Shockingly, I've managed to find a way that I think I've actually eaten less than I have most weeks in the last like 4 years. Now, that being said, like a full quarter of my daily diet has been like half a slice of cheesecake. So your mileage may vary if I'm a sane person. Welcome to the Vasco da Gamer video game computer show, Zagula. I was just recounting some shenanigans regarding trying to get back to our Disney-themed resort at the end of the birthday trip that was taken for my birthday that my mom arranged. And also there was cheesecake. And also we did manage to get to the... we had never been to the local the escape game, which is like the really peak escape room like national, actually it might even be international chain. And we tried out like a brand new room that was a little spicy, but I think we had a pretty good time overall. They said that the room was meant to be played with a full 8 people, and it was just my mom and I, so they were being pretty aggressive about handing out hints, but like ultimately, considering the deficit, assuming that like they're not outright lying about it, and I don't think they were. Like I think we actually did a pretty good job. You have donuts stored up for like an hour or so. That's a good plan, Demolition. I gotta say though, like I intended to have like another half a slice of cheesecake today, But like, man, I felt so full after eating like less on a Friday than I normally do. I felt like absolutely disgusting for like no reason that I can explain or justify. So I didn't end up having anything, and I still feel full. I still feel like a little gross. It was not with over we had 2 seconds left, I think, in the end. We had 2 seconds left, which I think is the closest we've ever had, and we've had some close ones. Oh yeah, I saw the automated message up about Simon the Ice Machine. Fun fact there, they gave me a shout that they had a new chapter ready to test this week, and it was a doozy. They put me in their rotation earlier than I ever have before. They said I was the second person to play it, and I definitely broke something. I definitely got something to display before I was supposed to, and it did cause me some problems. They said they already fixed it. They were like, this is a really good playtest. Because, like, we found stuff that, like, it's why you do playtests. I don't know. I thought I was a little frustrated at first, but, like, to be honest, it's why you do it, and it's what I'm here for. And it was really interesting. Wonder which city you went to first. Well, given that they are the arbiters of what they're working on, that wasn't how it worked, and that's all I'll say online for now. Speaking of escape rooms, both Game Changer and House of Dragons been on a tear with all their episodes. I mean, I'm not sure if that's related, but hey, good for everyone, I guess. I'm gonna take off a shoulder poo because I can't get him to sit right, and my back was already giving me trouble earlier today. But look at this guy. One of my highest priorities for the Disney trip is that I wanted to go to the Winnie the Pooh ride, because I haven't gone on it in a while. As a now 39-year-old man, I'm surprised to find that when I go with like my sister and varying degrees of large groups to Disneyland, that like everyone doesn't intrinsically have the priority to go on dark ride themed after a stuffed bear from like the early 20th century. I don't think anyone would get mad if I suggested it, but like for some reason I'm always just like, well, no one else is talking about Winnie the Pooh, but I always want to be there. Yeah, I mean that covers a lot of the ground. We can talk some more about it tomorrow, but I think one thing that we are gonna have to do. Oh, it's gonna break in like two different ways, right? Like I'm gonna go to the settings menu and try to turn up the sound. Wait, hold on, wait. Oh, is it not gonna crash like at all? That's really interesting. Excuse you, I will always ride. See, I literally like this is why I had to preface it, right? Because like I feel like you would go on that ride for sure. But like also, I mean, for one, in fairness, that's one of those rides that you cannot count to be working, because the bouncing part of the ride has a tendency to break it at irregular intervals. So like you just never know when it's not working. All your streaks have reset. Why would that happen? You didn't miss a full stream, did you? I don't think you did. Anyway, let's go to the Lemurian Phoenix. Yeah, we're halfway through. No, we're not, because it has 5 parts. Aw, we're doomed. We're playing this game until we die. Oh, by the way, one last thing just to point out, because we're here. I got this shirt at the Pirates of the Caribbean gift shop. It says, I be the captain of this here crew. And it is a really interesting, like, black and gray tie-dye. So if you're wondering why I'm wearing a shirt that hasn't dried properly, that's actually what's going on. It's just a really unique tie-dye variation. Never. Oh, I crashed the game. That one's on me. I mean, in fairness, I do feel like the game shouldn't crash, like, all the time. But, like, I'm gonna take some blame on that one for sure. It never ends. No, it's fine. Everyone loves this game. Oh, that's right, I can't see chat. Uh-oh, what's chat gonna say when I can't see them? Oh shoot, did I click the wrong one? Is it loading the wrong game? I think I might have accidentally clicked Case of the Golden Idol instead of Rise of the Golden Idol. Hold on. Oh no. They just really... It has the same... Maybe it's been so long since I played the first one, I just like don't even remember the thing. It's the other thing that happened while we were in Florida. Legit talk to a ghost. What, like... What variety of ghost? Psycho says, no, Vasco, don't give in to the video game. You accept no blame for the video game's crashing. Alright, only because Zacula said so. I will note, and I mentioned this on the Discord, over the past week, someone had been watching through my Case of the Golden Idol VODs on YouTube and was like commenting on them, which hasn't happened in a good long time. And they were mostly being chill and cool, but like it was clear that they really, really like the Golden Idol games. And like they were not really willing to like hear what I feel are some legitimate criticisms of even the first game. And so they got to the end of the first one today, and I wrote them back on one of their comments. It was like, I basically like gently said like, you don't want to watch my Rise of the Golden Idol coverage. We're hashtag Spite Gaming over here. And if you're new here or haven't been here in a minute, what that means is, So, the Golden Idol games are well regarded from what I understand. And the first one I think is really good with a couple of rough spots. I think the first game is legitimately good. I think the DLC is a little spotty for my taste. But, like, the main game I think is really strong with just, like, a couple things I didn't like about it. This second game is, like, kind of all over the place, but, like, mostly in a bad way. There have been, like, a few, like, pretty good moments, but, like... At a certain point, I and a consensus among chat was sort of like, we kind of have to finish the game just to beat it. To, like, literally to, like, beat it. Like, against its will. We have to be the victor. Friday Night Spites. That's so true. That's really real. Okay. So what's happening in this game? Well... The way they manage the DLC in these games, I think little to nothing that comes before it is reliably important to what's going on. So what we've seen in this particular DLC, it's focused on the fictional country of Lemuria, which is like the country of origin of the Golden Idol, which is the fantastical magical device that everything sort of revolves around. And we saw like a royal sort of coup where like the prince of like Lemuria, like, killed his father and, like, did some shenanigans to, like, make it look like it was a locked room murder, but that's not really what was going on. And then, we spent, like, a lot of time at the end of last stream, like, hopping back in time and, like, seeing the death of the first Sentinel, like, someone who was, like, I think it was... Did they have a new name for the title of the village elder guy? Basically like this guy in this sort of like rural area of the country that I think is also a little offset in the past, was like chosen as a sort of like spiritual icon and leader for this like tribe, and then he like had twin sons, and then like one of them had this convoluted plan to poison him with face cream. And that's all the recap I'm gonna do, because, like, boy, I can't... I mean, listen, we're probably gonna have to remember something important, and I can't afford to waste any more time. Ascension. A secret is unearthed at Koi's temple. Zachary says, okay, no shot that people love this one as much as the first one. I can maybe see someone playing it and not Spite Gaming. But there's no way anyone's like, yes, I enjoy this as much as the first one. Okay, so, like, that's how I feel. Like, I can totally understand someone being like, I also enjoy this one, even though it's less good. But, like, to me, this one is, like, so much less good that I'm just like... This is, like, the... In so many ways, I really think of Rise of the Golden Idol as, like, an inverse of Case of the Golden Idol. Whereas, like, the first one is, like, a really great game with some iffy spots. This is like a really bad game with some moments of clarity. Okay, help me out. It seems too loud. Dumps like a truck. An LAF truck? Unclear. Has music always been this loud? It might have reset itself or something weird. I didn't change any settings between last time and now, but it seemed too loud and it looks too loud, so I've turned it down. I turned the music down by half. That looks okay. I don't know. You tell me. What happened? Who knows? I mean, it is a game that crashes, like, reliably every time you turn it on. But, like, I do get the impression that, like, from, like, the last comment Jaguar left on, like, the last Case of the Golden Idol video, was sort of like, I do know that there are other people who think that the second game isn't as good, but, like, I feel like he implied strongly that he thinks it's, like, as good, and it's like, I'm not gonna engage with that. I feel like I can't do that in good faith. Like, I feel like we had some genuine good discussions, but I feel like if I tried to, like, talk about this game being as good as the first one, I would do crimes of some degree. Okay, so the forklift also has, I think, the same exact symbol, which feels like it's not progress, but I guess it is. Oh no! Oh, that's interesting! This is okay. It's been a minute. Welcome back. We're playing Rise of the Golden Idol. So the first game had, like, a lot of situational storytelling. Like, it would tell stories, like, in the background of scenes and by the continuity of characters appearing in related situations over time. This game kind of just, like, does whatever it wants and just, like, adds 1,000 characters and I don't care about any of them. And then, like, all the important or interesting stuff happens off screen and then they give you as, like, little information as possible to try and, like, intuit it without looking at it. And then, like, you just kind of have to guess and fill in, like, a million blanks that have, like, no meaning if you don't fill in the blanks. Whereas the first game would sort of paint a picture that, like, relied on you solving something to, like, fill in the whole picture. Like it says, if you had to lie and explain how really very good this game is convincingly, how would you do it? I think I need more context on, like, what my goal is. Because, like, if the goal was simply to... If you're submitting a scenario in which I'm Jim Carrey in the movie Liar Liar, and someone, like, asks me, like, what's good about this game, like, I could manage that. It wouldn't be very convincing, but it would seem like I had positive things to say about it. You go play Pokemon, go outside for a while. Have fun with your terrible game as always. Thank you so much, Funny Godmother. I appreciate everything. I hope you catch something cool, maybe a shiny or something. That'd be great. I like how this rock just looks like a Word doc. I mean, yeah, they chiseled it with that font in mind. But so so the point I was making is the waterfall proclamations were on, like, a stone tablet, like, in the village before, when it was, like, you know, more primitive in the last scene, and now we've, like, advanced and they're, like, constructing it into a more modern building. And I don't know, this is the kind of stuff the last game did that this game hasn't done at all. But I will say that the last case, while it was, like, quite difficult, had a lot of the hallmarks of the first game. It makes me think that people who worked on the first game and did a good job worked on it. So, like, maybe there's hope for at least the rest of this story. I don't know. Liar Liar rules. It does. I haven't seen it in a while, but it does. Goal is to convince people to buy this game and boost its sales. That's not happening. That is not happening. So... are these new waterfall proclamations? January 3rd, 1941. Sincere gifts are to be distinguished from donations. First Sentinels may permit the former. That feels like a weird... that feels weird. No, this is more of the same. The first Sentinel need only relinquish all material possessions and wealth once in his lifetime. From then onward, he may keep whatever the universe bestows upon him, provided it is for the benefit of all. You know, I'm starting to think that maybe the first Sentinel shouldn't be the one decreeing the rules about the first Sentinel. If only there was some, like, modern analog here in the United States in the year 2026 that could help us, like, puzzle out why it's maybe a bad idea to let the person in charge, like, dictate these things. Like, it'd be helpful to provide some context for this video game, but, like, I just don't... there's something about it I don't love. January 3rd, 1941. First Sentinel Pravi Nagasi will live forever through his favored son, Koi. August 2nd, 1945. First Sentinel Koi Nagasi must spread his love to female followers who are to embrace this honor. That sounds bad. That sounds not good for the community. Okay, more rules. These are the old rules, and those are the new ones. But is there a new one here? Sin is no longer to be met with punishment, but compassion. Wait a minute. The first true Sentinel, First Sentinel Nagasi will live forever. That's 1940. First Sentinel Pravi Nagasi will live through his favored son, Koi. I don't know. I think it's really sketchy to try and dictate that you will live forever by just, like, writing it down. Hey, look at that. It's LAF again. Great. Question mark? Aw, Zacula, I regret to inform you that the art hasn't improved since last time. It looks like this. Look at this guy. He looks like this. I'm never gonna get to gameplay. I really want to tell you about the accidental, like, movie comparathon that I made this week. Remind me to do it at some point later in the stream. I should play some video game. See all those planters down there? They're going on the stairs, a row on each side. That's your job for this afternoon. You can carry on with the roof ones tomorrow. Foreman, I need to borrow Betsy again. Treat your boys to lunch at the new pub in town today on me. Take your time, keep the change, Koi. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Koi's doing crimes. I just feel it. I just feel the crimes. Sarah says, take a look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me capital LAF. That's very good. I'm proud of you for that one. Flower pots on stairs. I'm on it, says this guy from Devo. He has leftovers and a foil swan. That gives, like, a really confusing sense of what this country is like culturally. That's it. That explains the discrepancy. I'm going to have to talk to him about this. It has to stop, okay? An inhaler. Like an old school one, but that makes sense for the time period we're looking at. And... that's weird. This building doesn't seem like it has the correct shape for whatever it is that I'm looking at exactly. Let me go inside. It's Yoshi. Hold on. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's an honest-to-goodness golden idol! I was reflecting on this in the past week, and I have to say, there are a lot of objective reasons to be disappointed with Rise of the Golden Idol, in my opinion. These opinions do not reflect everyone, but they reflect me. I do think, like, it bothers me, like, more than I think is reasonable that, like, there's, like, practically no actual Golden Idol representation in Rise. Yeah, no Neko, obviously, when there's, like, an actual Golden Idol to look at. So, like, don't get me wrong. I understand the story well enough to know that, like, we're looking at the results of, you know, reassembled components of Golden Idols that look like mascots or whatever. But, like, just, like, the simplicity of just, like, a Golden Idol. I missed it. I really did miss it.
Not sure what blowing on that will achieve.
Sarah says, I don't like where it's sitting. Well, I mean, it's... I know what you're thinking. If this guy loses his focus, then there's
My
we've
wetware's dried
determined
up.
why this has a unique shape to it, because he's gonna fall down. But it's off to one side, so it's probably fine, and don't worry about it.
Oh my, yes.
Some people are into that. Let me look at this speaker that might be a microphone. Sounds of chanting and drumming are blasting from the speakers. It's a really complicated looking fire extinguisher. We are here. There's like 3 other rooms. That's weird. Alright, let's look at these people. Unbelievable! This changes everything. This will explain everything. Okay, hold on. This lady's name is Sarita Shona. And her wife's name is Vargas Vargas.
I might get wet down there.
Why would that happen? Hold on, let me catch up with chat for a second. This Golden Idol is in the name of the game. It is, and it should be. I mean, I know how stupid it probably sounds, but like, listen, the Golden Idol doesn't have to be in every case, but like, it being in like well under 50% of every scene in the game seems disappointing. I guess that's all I'm saying. Okay, so I guess I need to know her real name, and knowing her fake name isn't good enough.
The
Incredible.
servants call me Dummy Thick.
Her name is Tessa Navari. Wait, that's really weird. No, that just like actually is a young Tessa Navari, huh? Like before the events of this game. Okay. Amazing. What an honor it is to witness this. Wow, this one almost looks like a people. Isn't that incredible? And her name is Nali Zarati, the coddled one. That seems like a backhanded name. Astonishing. His mind and body must be in perfect sync with the universe. Your name is Fess Relaki. I think that's a Star Wars character. Do you think there's enough content for like a Star Wars character or like Lemurian name minigame? Young Tessa's face is much less wobbly. That's very true. I mean, we've definitely seen some monstrous young people, so it can't just be that like aging makes you like a hideous monster in this world. Let's look at this guy. Oh man, he has 4 cars. Triples is safest, if you know what I mean. Congratulations, Dedicants. Today you will all progress to level 9, granting you access to some of Lemuria's most ancient knowledge. The process will begin with a demonstration. While in a deep trance, I will activate this ancient relic with my mind, and you shall witness its miraculous powers. Tell no one what you see, for they are not yet ready. Afterwards, you will renounce your old life and embrace your new name, which the universe has chosen for you. Okay, I think it's time to venture to the future. I'm gonna look at this again, though. It feels to me as though that diagram is supposed to represent like the mats in this room, but like the whole construction of this room is very confusing. Okay, we've got potted plants. We got some okay, we can't go in that room, but we can go in other rooms now. Look at this man crank this car. He has a... Once this is done, I can finally rest. Boy, if that isn't my mood playing this video game. You will need this when you get there. Backwards L, O, half of a T, backwards C. Dispose of this note when you're done. Diary Volume 5. Last night I was once again haunted by my dark secret in my sleep. Will this recurring nightmare never cease? As so often before, my father's specter entered my room when darkness fell. He lifted a finger to his lips and whispered, "You will pay for what you did to me. A life for a life." Also, shh, secret Squirtle. Jorc. You're right. His secret instructions are to Jorc, and I can understand why he doesn't want anyone to know that he wrote that down. Okay, so I don't know what is in the back of this truck. We've got a Jetsons car.
No.
It's the LaRue, the Chesty LaRue. And Bellator is this fancy one. And this is the mech, which has like a little hat man riding a headless horse. That's strange. And then, yeah, no, like, I mean, I understand where the rooms are relative to each other. That's not that hard. I don't know why they're not connected in a way that, like, you can go between rooms in the building. What happened to the man's horse? It's just a tragedy, that's all. It's just a tragedy. And this guy had... I looked at the diary. I didn't look at this note. JP has permission to leave the compound walls until 11 p.m. Signed, KN. Something interesting going on here. And wait, he doesn't have the LaRue key. I guess it's a different set of keys? What is this, like? I guess it's just supposed to be like a color patterned fabric. So there's basically just like a tarp in the back of that truck. The bird is not breathing. Encyclopedia is A to Z. Oh, we'll see about that. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, Y, Z. Yeah, we got all those. There's room for more. Diaries 1 through 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But the other guy's got 5, doesn't he?
Okie dokie.
Oh, no, you're right. V is missing because that's 5. That's the... Because he has the 5 journals, so he had to put something there. I mean, I guess the diaries would stand out more. But, like, it feels like a lateral move in some ways, don't you think? Ori's camp, that's Snake. Say it's freezing in here. Do you mind if I close the window? Being so perceptive, I expect you already know that our comrade has sadly left for Ori's camp. Never struck me as the type, to be honest. I'm definitely supposed to understand something about these, like, almost USB key looking things. Okay, so this guy's got, like, the crumpled up floor plan that doesn't seem like it indicates anything useful to me. Helen Martin, desperate to shake mommy and daddy's little princess image, responds to flattery. Lizzie Young, strong thirst for knowledge, liable to stop donating if she thinks she's learned everything. Nina Lavelle, fears appearing foolish, easy to manipulate through validation. Maggie Carter, wants to prove she can handle herself, seeks to impress when subtly undermined. Now, I really don't like that this guy who dictated that all the women had to love him also has like a book on how to neg all of them. Resto Nosy, father scribe since beginning, strong believer, good to have an inner circle, just don't let him overstep his bounds. Has been showing signs of doubt, keep an eye on him. Jamadi Piro, reliable ever since he showed up here. Had opportunity to turn on me early on, but proved his loyalty and worth that day. Not too bright, but useful servant. Does as told, no questions asked. Oh, we could tell you, you thought we beat this game? What on earth gave you that impression? I regret to inform you, we're still kind of not close. We're in, like, the middle of the second of 4 DLCs. Like, we're gonna be here forever. Zacula's the only one happy about this. Furniture expenses, 1 times birdcage cover, $200 US. Spring rain. Oh, they're seasonally patterned. Thought we finished the second one. Well, we finished the main game of the second one, but it has 4 DLCs I'd already paid for, and we're Spike Gaming. I'm just happy to be here. Well, that's the good attitude to have, Sarah. So 1 times runner rug from autumn, 1 times runner rug from spring. So wait, the birdcage cover is spring. And then if we look at this, that's spring too, yeah? Maybe it's not. Is it the autumn? Oh, it's got blood on it probably, right? That's the weird red. Otherwise, I think it's spring. I think that's what we're going for. Hey, Katane, check out this brand new idol design. Oh, you mean the second DLC? Well, we finished like a really complicated case in the second DLC, but we're like, there's like 3 more, including the one we've just started. So there's one more room we haven't seen. God, I hate this man's beard situation. It's not suggestive at all. You're correct. It's merely a golden idol and nothing more. So which one is Triangle Guy? Sure sucks to try and like do stuff that expects me to remember like a thing I did 2 weeks ago, huh? So like it's favored son coin. So I'm gonna say Triangle Guy is Koi Nagasi for the reason that he's the one like spiritually in charge. Which borrow Betsy again. Need to borrow Betsy again. What do you think Betsy is? That's why I can't do things. Can't be expected to remember things I never did. I mean, it is a challenge. You know the trick the bald person is doing? It does seem like it's likely to be... Oh my god, wait. No, it can't be the forklift. That'd be dumb. It's probably... Oh no, there's 2 forklifts. Yeah, it's probably forklift. It's probably just got like a hole cut out in the curtain or whatever. Sure seems like you'd noticed that before he started. I don't know. Listen, I haven't sorted out the names, but who's ready for a quick game of blank? Blank blank discovered that blank blank was being blanked by a blank and a blank blank. When confronted about this, blank blank first blank 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 with a blank. Then blank blank with... blank 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 with the blank. Afterwards, blank blank ordered that the blank be blanked by blank blank. So, like, again... I just feel like the first game would never do this. You know what? Let me read this without the blanks. I want to read this without the blanks for a second and try to demonstrate a point that I find difficult to articulate. Discovered that was being by a inna. When confronted about this, first with a, then with the. Afterwards, ordered that the be by. There's just like nothing. Like you provide all of the context. The majority of the first game, like, I think the difference is that, like, in the first game, it's obvious what's going on a surface level. But the puzzles are more structured about, like, finding some of the more, like, subtle details about what's going on. And so, like, they can afford to, like, write out, like, the general framework of what you're looking at because that's obvious and it doesn't spoil the puzzle it's working on. In this game, like, they just, like, give you nothing and want you to solve everything. And it's not, I legitimately don't think it's like a good faith, like, extrapolation on difficulty. Like, it just feels like instead of them putting in the work to make it so that there's like a clever, subtle, interesting, like, thing for you to work on, they're just like, well, we know what's going on here, and like, we're just not gonna like tell you anything, and like, we'll just give you some words, and like, you'll probably brute force your way through it because there's only so many words. So like, to me, this is a big part of what's different between the two. Blank blank discovered that blank blank was being blanked by a blank in a blank blank in a dump truck. I mean, I feel like this first thing is like haunted by a I don't have like ghost or spirit or nothing. Haunted by a secret? That seems lame. That seems super lame. Obviously the answer is levitated their body with the golden idol. I mean, it's an incredible bummer that like these actual Lemurians with like an actual like functional golden idol can't do like really basic stuff. Haunted by a fire, interesting. All right, well, I'm gonna set this aside because it sucks. Names. I mean, another issue I have with this game compared to the last one is like, I feel like the way that the last game would have handled this would be to like, over time, over like maybe 2 or 3 different scenes, sort of establish like personalities of people and then like have you solve this situation, instead of just sort of being like, you've seen none of their personality, now try to match them to this personality matrix. Alright, I think it's probably like super duper front door though, huh? Like, desperate to shake mommy and daddy's little princess image is probably coddled one, right? So that's probably Helen Martin. The wise one is probably the one who seeks knowledge. That's probably Lizzie Young. Maggie Carter wants to prove she can handle herself. Seeks to impress when subtly undermined. That's probably like the naive one. Easy to manipulate through validation. That might be independent one. I think it makes more sense to match it that way instead of the inverse between that, between wise one and independent one. So you know. This guy's the other Navasi, right? Or Nagasi? So who does it make this last one? Grezzo? Let me look at what he's doing to get a sense of his loyalty. It has to stop. That doesn't sound like the sycophantic guy. And that's the, you know, they like inverted him, which they don't normally do, but that's the guy on the left. So that I think would then be not you. Yeah, I think that's Gresto. In a minute, though. Ori's... Do we know who Ori is? I think we do, right? Is Ori his brother? Is Ori the other guy? JP has permission to leave until 11 p.m. Who the heck is JP? And why is he jorking it? Last night I was once again haunted by my dark oh, it's probably secret is the haunting thing, even though it's just like not a way humans write in English. To buy a secret. So when confronted about this, isn't this the later time frame? It's really hard to say in abstract. Jorking it on the car. I mean, like, it is funny that the crank shape sort of resembles the blocky letters of the Jorc. Blank blank. First blanked blank blank with a blank. Then blank 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 with the blank. Afterwards, blank blank ordered that the blank be blank by blank blank. Okay, so this guy's not the brother, right? The brother got killed? Is that what we're saying? Yeah, I think that's what we're saying. I believe we're saying that. I think we're saying that this guy is Jamadi Pira. That's at least 2 full names wrong? The brother is at the other camp, right? Well, okay, so here's my current interpretation, and clearly I got something wrong, right? Don't remember who Ori is, but like Ori I think is a name that we got from the last time, because I remember referencing Ori in the Blind Forest, a game I barely know anything about. But so this guy's saying like, I expect you already know our comrade has left for Ori's camp. Never struck me as the type. But like, I think that's a cover. I think he had his like, what I think happened is there were 2 twin brothers, right? And, like, one of them killed the dad and tried to take his place. And the other one, like, read his diary and found out about it and tried to confront him. And then the brother who'd already killed had his brother killed. And this, like, this is a cover. And him being like, oh, I can't believe my brother just, like, left forever under conspicuous circumstances, never to be seen again. Like, that's what I think is happening. Hang on, Count Zacula said, was away for big, got a new backpack and was transferring everything over. I assumed I missed literally nothing of note. Correct. Even though that message was from a while back, correct. At no point has anything important happened. That may extend to previous sessions of the same video game. So, maybe this isn't Gresto. Maybe this is the brother? Because, like, this is him going to, like, confront him or whatever. So, like, it could be. New backpack is hot pink and retro reflective. Gonna be so freaking visible in low light conditions. That sounds like a Scooter time. Like, the thing I don't like about having to, like, name all these idiots is that I, like, don't know any of them from a hole in the ground, like, to be honest with you. This guy got 4 car keys. He's got the trident thing, he's got the LaRue, and he's got the fancy silver car. But then he also has, like, washboard and, like, pizza holding widget. But if we go to here, what does he have on him? He's missing the trident, which he has. So yeah, like, this guy, I mean, this guy is for sure Dora Parati or whatever. Because, like, he gave him a note that he has permission to leave the compound. He gave him his own fancy car keys. And it looks to me like he's covering up the murder of his brother. What's the other brother's name? Oh, I hate when they do this. I hate when they do this and I haven't played the game in 2 weeks. I feel like we gotta see the names again. I mean, I feel like I gotta go back to the last thing. Don't reset the current scenario, you psychopath. Game loads so good, it's like butter. Okay, yeah, Ori's the brother. But they're supposed to look, well, they're supposed to look kind of similar, but the one shaved his head. So Gresto is the sketchy dude. So, okay, so the issue seems like it's definitely just with the some detail of matching the women's names. Like I said, had a near miss over the weekend. Was like, maybe I shouldn't wear all black with a black backpack when scootering at night. I mean, is it possible to just, like, have fireworks be shooting out of your backpack in every direction at all times, Zacula? I mean, it's a festive July sort of solution, I think. So these are right. So then I think the... Go back to this. Look at his burn book or whatever. Martin, gotta be the coddled one. That one doesn't seem ambiguous. What's the proof she can handle herself? Oh, what's the proof she can handle herself? That should be the independent one. Knowledge, and that would leave Nina Lavelle as Tessa Navari? I don't know. Might as well. Seriously? Still incorrect, not close? Help me out here, chat. I don't feel... Okay. No, but she likes validation, right? I guess we make her the one... Okay, no. I see what I've done wrong here. Nina Lavelle should be the wise one because she needs validation. And the one who will stop giving money if she thinks she knows everything is the naive one. At this point, I feel like I've tried all of them. Helen Martin. Gotta be the coddled one. Appears appearing foolish, easy to manipulate through validation. That seems right. Maggie Carter. So prove she can handle herself. Is it switched Lizzie and Maggie? Because the one who wants to handle herself needs to be undermined? I'm gonna be really annoyed if it's just that the coddled one isn't obvious. It's the only one that seems obvious. Now it's pissing me off. Here says Helen coddled, Lucy wife, Nina naive, Maggie independent. Maggie seems like a trick one, right? Because, like, it seems like she wants to be called independent, but she wouldn't be. But then, like, none of the others feel like they would be called that. Helen independent. Oh, Helen independent because... You're probably right. Helen independent because she isn't supposed to be undermined. I don't like the choice of coddled one, though. Because, like, that feels like that really specifically pertains to this in a way that, like, none of the others, like, that just doesn't seem relevant to them, like, at all. Like, I would just, like, choose a different one for this, and then that would seem straightforward. Like... You think they're all opposites? So Nina should be... Stop. Young, naive. Responds to flattery. I'm mostly down for this. I actively dislike coddled one. I get it's meant to be a red herring, but it feels like a really blunt red herring. It feels like it's just like lying instead of like asking you to do, like asking you to figure out that it wants everything to be opposites is like a little interesting, but to be honest, like not extremely interesting. Like I feel like a more nuanced reading of matching the names is more interesting than just being like lol all opposites. But like setting that personal choice aside, like coddled one like literally doesn't make sense for anyone other than the one that it would apply directly to. That's like a really specific word choice that I like don't think plays nice with anyone else, and so I think it's just like a really like lazy red herring. I mean, and again, also frustrating is like the bulk of what seems to be important are the left three, which I've had correct for most of looking at this. These names don't feel incredibly relevant to anything that is going to follow. I could be mistaken, but that doesn't seem like it's what we're doing here. So... Lori Nagase discovered that Koi Nagase was being haunted by a secret and recurring nightmare. When confronted about this, Koi Nagase first... blanked blank with a blank.
Dick Peacock.
It says coddled one, but it's just my egg for breakfast. Hey, chat, what's the correct number of eggs to eat for breakfast? I ask you this because famed competitive Pokemon player Wolf Glick told an anecdote on a stream like a few months ago, and like people haven't gotten over it. Where like he said, I think he said he was like staying at like a friend's house for like a wedding, and then like, or maybe it was just like some kind of party, but like he was like staying at like a friend's house or something and ate a number of eggs that he described in this really unusual way that was sort of like, it's not like a horrifying number of eggs, but it's like apparently more eggs than a person would normally eat. And like he's never publicly said how many eggs it was, but people keep trying to guess how many eggs it was. And like the moral of the story is that he like recounted to someone how many eggs that he had eaten, and the response of this person he met at this party he didn't know very well was like, "That's too many eggs," to which he replied, "Be nice to me." Which I think is really funny. 3 eggs for a perfect omelet. That sounds about right. I mean, obviously there's like some variation, right? Like, you know, 1 to 2 eggs if you're doing like scrambled, or if you just want like a couple fried or something. 3 for an omelet sounds right. But like people have just been trying to figure out how many eggs he had. And my guess is it's somewhere between 6 and 8. I think if he had a whole dozen, he would know in advance that that's too many eggs and wouldn't need someone to tell him that. I think if it was like even as many as 4, most people wouldn't be like, "That's too many eggs." They'd be like, "Oh, that's more eggs than I would have," maybe. So like I think like minimum 5, maximum 8. I feel like if you hit 9 eggs, you still know that's too many eggs. But like recently he like had a battle with like one of his friends in this like little tournament league he set up, and they nicknamed all of their Pokemon like various numbers of eggs, and their ace Pokemon was 100 eggs. And he still hasn't said how many eggs he ate. That's so much food. 100 eggs? 100 eggs is so much food? George blank ordered that the blank be blanked blank blank blank. This last bit feels like is Koinagasi ordering that Jamadi Pira do something. That the body be disposed of? First blank blank with a blank, then blank 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 with the blank. With the blank. With the blank. The idol doesn't... Oh, the fire extinguisher has weird coloration on it now. Why is that the thing? The string is busted and the goop is gone. It's all out of goop, brother. There's no more goop to be had. I mean, fire extinguisher is like one of these. Oh, hello, Katie's. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the 107-month resub. A neighbor blamed the gravel on a driveway. It was his own dumb asphalt. Well, yeah, I mean, it's his driveway, right? Ideal breakfast: 1 egg sunside on toast with 1 slice of bacon, 1 egg sunny side on 1 pancake with sausage covered in syrup. That's so very specific. It's not bad, it's just really specific to cook 1 individual component of 2 separate breakfast meats and to make like 1 like that just seems like too much trouble to me. That seems like too much trouble for me to order from a restaurant, let alone to cook for myself. Confronted about this. Koinagasi first. I first probably blasted him to disorient and then struck him with it, is my guess. Both things appear to have happened. So he blasted... He started blasting Ori Nagase. And then... Ori Nagase struck Ori Nagase with the fire extinguisher. Is it not the brother? Is it the guy? The, like, dad's friend to this guy? We don't see him in the second scene, right? We only see the other guy? That would explain it. That would explain everything. He says, my ideal breakfast, rice, eggs, spam, and Portuguese sausages. What distinguishes a Portuguese sausage? Also, what's the correct number of eggs? And is it 100? I think this last sentence is correct, right? Is there any reason someone... Like, this guy is driving a bloody tarp and a shovel into the wilderness after saying that someone's, like, leaving the congregation. Like, it feels like the body's being disposed of. I'm not sure I would necessarily put it as ordered, but he did write the guy a note giving him permission to do it. I mean, Koi is the one having the dreams, right? Because the dreams are about killing the dad, and Koi is the one who did it. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that's what happened. I'm still unclear as what the Jorc what he's Jorking. What is he Jorking, do you think? Let's solve that Jorkin mystery. What's the deal with the inhaler? Is the implication supposed to be that he, like, died from, like, breathing the carbon dioxide? I'm not sure that, like, asthma factors into that. Is this the guy who discovered... So, my interpretation of facts is, like, car guy is Jamadi Pira. He is the, like, loyal lackey of Koi, who's the guy who killed the father. And it's Koi's diary that, you know, reveals that he killed the father. The reason he has the diary is because he's disposing of the body, I think. Once this is done, I can finally rest. Like, the reason I think he has the diary is because, like, I think the other guy... I guess that is a valid question, though. Like, if what happened is that the other guy came at Koi with the diary being like, I know you killed your dad, then, like, I don't know why... Like, that probably would have happened in the office. I don't know why he wouldn't just put the book back. Jorcan. Maybe he has to hide the evidence. I mean, maybe. I don't know why you like write it down like at all in the first place. Does something about this matter? Like the weird way the name is spelled, or like the fact that the horse doesn't have a head? Do we know what... I mean, I don't really know what the deal with these are. So we know that we know Koinagasi has one of these. This particular key. We don't know what that key means or what the Burger King key means. Like, they look kind of like USB drives, but like it's... Oh, what year is it? Like 1940 something? So yeah, this is before, this is after, because they put the planters out. The 2 forklifts. Excavator. Interest. I mean, maybe it'll give me a second thing if I like finish this. Secret and recurring night. I mean, I think that seems to be the language the game wants. So this guy, Gresto Nosy, he has a map of the building. What is this a map of exactly? Because it doesn't match the shape of this building. But like later on, this same note, it's on his person. Yeah, it's on his person. Like, he has the other guy's notes. They got in a fight. And we see that this is dented and it's out of stuff. So we know that those two things happened. And the bird died. What does that tell me, that the bird died? I mean, from the carbon dioxide of the fire extinguisher, it's just like a backup way to catch that if you don't notice that the thing is drained. Maybe he killed him with the idol, but he doesn't know how to use the idol. And it doesn't look like it's bloody or bent. And also, I mean, like, this demonstrates both that it took physical damage and that it's out of stuff. So, like, I think... Like, I feel like it's a name-related issue. Unless, like, it wants, like, another description of, like... the secret? The dream situation? Is there like a really complicated red herring here where like he's confronting him about the forklift? It seems like killing him over that seems excessive, but this guy does seem like he just sucks like real hard. Strong believer, good to have in the inner circle. Don't let him overstep. He's been showing signs of doubt. And the car cranking guy, Jamadi, Jorc, and Pyrrha. Reliable since he showed up, had an opportunity to turn on me, but proved his loyalty and worth. Not bright, but useful. Does as told, no questions asked. It still does seem a little weird for him to have the book if he's not asking questions. Maybe blasted and struck her backwards? I mean, that can't be the only problem, right? Because then we would be getting 2 or fewer are incorrect or whatever. Like, straight incorrect means at least 3 are wrong. So, like... It didn't reduce it, so I'm inclined to stick with blasted and struck. I discovered that coin was being... What would the sentence look like if we made it forklifty? It's being lifted by a forklift in a... secret room? I hate this game a lot. I hate this game so much. Like, the only reason I'm able to solve that is because I have so little faith in this game. That, like, some guy has a book that's like, Dear Diary, I committed a murder. And, like, it just doesn't matter, like, at all. Like, this super obvious, like, magic trick is, like, the super secret crux of the thing they want you to do. I love how Neko shows up just in time not to see the golden idol. In the case, has, like, a real golden idol. I feel like she's doing it on purpose now. Hi, Neko. Welcome to the stream. It's too hot and I'm dying. Over 90 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, over 90 degrees and not having air conditioning is unacceptable. You solved the scenario when Gresto revealed that he had figured out how Koi's levitation trick worked. Koi feared Gresto might expose him as a fraud. Knowing Gresto to be asthmatic, Koi blasted him in the face with carbon dioxide, killing his own pet bird in the crossfire. Like, just... These details, like, just don't... I don't care. Like, the bird is such, like, an afterthought. It doesn't help you, like, solve the case. It's, like, not interesting. I don't know how to articulate this to help people understand that, like, it's technically a Golden Idol game in that, like, it has blanks and has hideous looking humanoid figures in it, but, like, it's just, like, night and day the way this stuff is written. It makes me so upset. Well, Gresto debilitated and gasped for air. To be clear, this also bothers me because they're like, oh, it's so important that he has an inhaler. My brother, I have asthma. If I blasted a person who didn't have asthma with an entire fire extinguisher tank of carbon dioxide, you're still going to get the same result of, like, they're stunned for long enough to hit them. Like, they think they're being really clever, but, like, actually they're just demonstrating that they don't really know how breathing works. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. All right, one down. Let me look at this guy. Noble citizens of Lemuria, my father has brought great shame on the Manzek family. I assure you my vision for this fine country bears no relation to his. To demonstrate my commitment to our ancient traditions, my first act as king shall be to appoint none other than First Sentinel Pravi Nagasi, he who has fulfilled the ancient prophecy, to the position of Royal Spiritual Advisor. In this role, First Sentinel Nagasi shall have access to me in a way few others are permitted. Does he have to buy you dinner first? Twice a year before each solstice, he shall meet with me privately to help shape the path I lay out before our nation over the following period. From this day forth, no monarch shall be without his or her spiritual advisor, always the first sentinel of the day. Let us never forget our spiritual roots, for we are not Westerners, we are proud Lemurians. Your own video game crashed? Zagula, please don't tell me that you're playing Rise of the Golden Idol on your own. Oh, that's a relief. Neko says that she did have 2 ice creams today. It's a good number of ice creams. Okay, it's time for another one. The revelation. Ori receives a haunting message. Chat, I want to give you a moment to speculate on what kind of haunting message a game with this art style could possibly deliver. Playing Rogue Trader. Does that game normally crash? It's Yoshi again. Hey, what do you think what do you think's going on over here? This, like, nuclear blast door to stop people from looking at the waterfall? First Sentinels only. 1594. What was the jorking about? What was the jorking about? Someone explain the jorking to me. The most haunting of messages is boo. You can write boo on a calculator. Not looking at that. Just jorking it. But, like, why did he need instructions to jork it? Yes, Blessed One, I have heard your words and recorded them faithfully. I will relay them to my dedicants imminently. By your command it shall be done on the date you have given me. Brother, it's blueprints or something. I mean, like, half of the last case was red herrings. Like, none of the people's names mattered. The Jorc message didn't matter. The diary that, like, confessed to murder didn't matter. Like, it was a really dumb case, IMO. Which is shocking, because the one that, like, was before that was, like, really solid. And the one before that was, like, pretty good. Not amazing, but, like, pretty good. Yeah, I think I hate this. I feel like I'm gonna hate this. Does anyone think I'm gonna like this? I hate the look of this. I like that this guy brought, like, a golf-style pencil, but, like, a full-length golf pencil. Alright, I'm looking at this. What's going on over here? Oh, okay, this doesn't look a lot better. Ah, brother. Okay. I'm actually starting to lose my mind. I've been looking at this case for, like, a grand total of, like, 3 minutes. And, like, I've looked at 3 things, and they're all just their own puzzle with no context, and it's making me a little upset. And then, what do you got here in your book? Oh my god. Let's see. The first proclamation had to do with sinners. I'm sure the second one was about dedicants and their money. The third mentioned not endangering someone. The fourth involved not leaving. And the fifth mentioned a virus. No, I'm going to miss Master Ori's grand revelation if I can't figure these out soon. His words shape our very purpose. Why is Ori in charge now, by the way? Oh no, that poor Charizard. I can't wait to hear what the waterfall has told Master Ori. I wish I could hear its voice too. We're so lucky to serve the one true chosen leader. How could such a perfect figure be brothers with that blasphemous fool Koi? Sad Charizard. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. You must help your mother. From left to right, a circle with a dot under it, a floss pick, and then, oh, okay, like a T that connects people in this way is like family. So like U is circle with dot under it, and then the family tree is like showing like your parentage, and the line over the long hair is mother. Okay. Lion did hinder his mother. So, Lion is like a little crown with legs. And then floss with a dot over it is like unhelp. Help is floss, dot unhelp, mother. And again, it's like long hair with the line and the indicator. Okay. But wait, why is the arrow flowing left? Something about the subject and the object? You must do it, so you are the subject. No, because like lion is... No, the squiggle backwards is past tense? And the arrow to the right is like future tense. Well, it's like imperative or something. I don't know. Listen, I'm an idiot. Good night, Keen. Have fun with hashtag Spike Gaming. Thank you. I appreciate it, Keen. I also appreciate you being here. Thank you. Waterfall did kill Lion. So now Lion is on the right. So you read the sentence regularly, but the line indicates the passage of time? In the past, the waterfall did... So this is waterfall, and kill is like the crossed thing. Tortoise did help his mother, so that's in the past. He helped without dot because he did a good job, and it's his mom because it's turtle with the line over the long hair. Waterfall did reward tortoise, so that's waterfall. Reward is like a asterisk kind of thing. I mean, that's a shockingly helpful book. Maybe that was a lion on the car? Wait, I can't tell if you're joking, but either way, you might be right about that. I mean, at the very least, it's a really similar concept to what we're looking at, right? So ends today's reading of Scripture. Now prepare yourselves, for first Sentinel Ori shall soon return bearing the waterfall's divine proclamation. Until that blessed moment, let us pray that the wisdom our Master brings will illuminate our path and strengthen our faith. Pravi, the temple fire, and the waterfall. Hold on. Wait, we saw this. We saw this. Well, we saw the images on the right. That was in the 2 cases ago. There were like tapestries on the dead guy's wall. So the veto circle was the symbol that the dad had. Koi has a triangle, and Ori had the square, right? So we're saying that Pravi? Who's the first guy? Pravi Navari? Like Omega, a house with an X in it. And then circle with the heat symbol in it. I don't remember what that middle symbol is. And then house with no X in it. All past tense, by the way. And then, like, waterfall didn't symbol I don't know to circle fire. So was that just, like, caught fire? And it's like heat in a circle, like it burned the guy, and but it didn't. Wait, line above is not though, right? That was like kill. But like before, it was just like emphasis, I think. It was like the only place I've seen the line above is on like the familial relation thing. Could merely be emphasis? I don't know. Oh, brother. it just sucks a bunch. This symbol is probably like prayed. It kind of resembles his like posture, like prone. Maybe. Did pray. Wait, what does the X mean? What does the X in the house mean? Also, it's not the word waterfall. I'm too stupid for this. Look at something else. I mean, this is obviously Pravi Ori Koi. What's the house? It's not, I don't think it's either of the brothers' temples. Could be like monument or temple in general. Wait, inside temple versus temple. That's a little interesting. What do we think X would mean? Inside and then outside? Oh, the temple caught fire because it's gone now. But why is it like why would it be inside versus outside like before it's like burned down? This definitely feels like extinguish. And burn. And this would be burn again. And that seems consistent. The thing is, like, past tense, so I still think it's like did not kill. But I don't know why. I don't understand the line over. So this is like fire as like an object. So fire did burn the temple. Inside the temple? And then this music is really cool, by the way. Then like waterfall. Did extinguish him. Pravi? And then fire did burn Pravi, but it did not kill Pravi. He prayed in. So the X is like literal, like geographical placement. It's indicating like shape of building, and it's inside, so a shape is inside of it, right? I recall it was the middle 2 DLC which brought the composer from 1. I think someone confirmed that the composer from 1 did DLC 2, which is where we're at now. I don't remember if anyone actually said that they did 3 as well. We haven't gotten there yet. So I think it's like he prayed inside temple, and fire did burn temple. Okay, close. Did burn. Did extinguish. No, did extinguish fire. Not him. Extinguish the fire. Yeah, okay. That's on me. That's consistent. Okay. So this then is temple. And then, oh, brother. I don't know what square, wait, this is reward, right? No, but it's dot reward, it's punished. And this is just by itself, is just burn? What's going on with, like, sideways umbrella pong paddle square? This, I think, is not kill. So wait, the line is... No, that doesn't make sense because they're all verbs, right? No, wait, so square is Ori. I think square by itself is Ori. And these are all future tense. So these are like will or will not. And this would be Ori's temple, a temple on top of the Ori shape. Something about putting like a telephone pole on top of some circles. That seems really helpful. I think this is just like a mosh pit, right? Oh, dot is inverse of meaning. Line over is negation. So this is like, will not kill. That seems to make sense. There's a lot of circle shapes left that I don't really know what they mean.
Shavul, who was a mole man.
That's true. The circles could represent mole men. Also, for some reason, I had this revelation recently that is not interesting, and you may already... But, like, Shavul just kind of sounds a bit like shovel, and that's probably how we settled on that name for a mole man, huh? Like a person who digs. This? No, this is just the same old thing. The same ding darn thing I'm looking at, huh? So I'm just not gonna get more information from that, eh? So what's the deal with this? Yeah, no, this makes sense. This is Pravi, like inverse of parent lineage T. Don't feel like it tells me very much, but it's consistent. Oh, and here's temple shape on a burnt down building where the other guy had his first... Yeah, I get it. What do you got on you? How is this not a thing? Oh, no, it is. Waterfall. Brother. Brother. Wait, what's going on here? What? Why? Okay, this is backwards. This is did not kill. Then this is backwards. That's did kill. I don't know what the stoplight is. But it's opposite meaning because it has dot over it. This is something about this one. This is Koi something, Koi's temple. And this is you something, Koi's temple. I feel like they're going to get in a lot of trouble when the brothers who have different beliefs are listening to the same waterfall and it tells them different things. This next one is burn Koi's? I mean, there's a lot of Koi's Temple, if I can be real with you. Koi's Temple, and then you. Now, I'm not sure what's going on here, but this is like, I think that's fire, right? The circle, yeah, the circle makes it like the noun form of the element. So it's like fire will kill you? I don't know why that's written in this way. Because, like, you is just circle with dot under it. There's something I'm not understanding there. Fire will kill. Is that, like, your family or something? Okay, waterfall something. Waterfall will future, no, must, wait, I gotta go back and look at something. Must, not you. Must is straight line. So most of these are must as opposed to must not. This is must burn. This is also must burn. And this is will. I think the wiggly line implies like different chronological tense. Because the wiggle back are like did. And even though nothing explicitly says it, I think wiggle forward is like will as opposed to must, which is straight line. Oh, they got the original composer for 2 and 4. Hey, that's a good sign. Maybe the pirate one will at least have good music. We know it's not going to have anything else. This is will not burn as opposed to extinguish. Fire will not burn you. Waterfall. We think umbrella is protect? That feels very plausible. So is horizontal circles like dedicants? That feels right. So we're saying Koi's dedicants in particular. It kind of gives the game away a little bit that there isn't Ori's dedicants, huh? But I guess this is this your dedicants? Is that something? Yeah, it is. So this is like dedicants you under. Feels to me like it should be over. No, that's not true. That matches the temple thing. I don't know what this shape is. This is like sibling, right? It's a horizontal line. It's showing you in the middle, like a girl shape with long hair and a boy shape. And here it's got the highlight line over boy shape. So this is like your brother. And then over here is like you, your parents, highlighting your dad. So like your father. What is this first shape? Blank did not kill your father. something gold for sure. Sinners? Virus? There's something that would verify virus? You must... What do we think the opposite of 3 dots in a vertical column would be? Something blue. You must... Endanger is an interesting choice. Oh. Is it enter? I think it's enter, because then it's saying you enter your brother's temple, he enters his temple, your followers burn the temple down. His followers burn the temple. But the fire won't kill you because the waterfall will protect you. The fire will kill your brother. I mean, interesting to expect his followers to just like go along with that though, yeah? Oh, hang on, I didn't do the monument. I didn't do the mon. Yay! I mean, like, that one was. Like, listen, that was some like stage 2 difficulty chance of Sonar. Like, I don't hate that. I don't think it like. It's a little closer to the type of storytelling the first game would do. It feels like a little like. I mean, the first game would sort of like show and not tell, and this sure is some textbook telling, yeah. That we just like deciphered a language to like have the game like tell me something instead of showing it to me. So like in that sense, it's not like ideal. We received a message from the waterfall that revealed Koi's dark secret, instructed him to see that both brothers took part in a deadly ordeal. But like, hold on, I have to go back, Kate, because I didn't do the other one. Monument. Ori must punish sinners, I guess. They got like devil horns and like the 3 circles is like a group or whatever. Chance of Sonara, the one where you got a 1 in 16,000 possibility. Yes, I mean, it's still one of the 3 shorts I've done. If you missed it, I made a short from this game before vacation. But like, yeah, the number's in there, so you could check out the shorts on my YouTube channel. So this is this merely dedicants, like vague dedicants? Dedicants, this is must. This is must not. This is also must not. This is also must not. I had this wrong. Virus must not kill Ori. That feels like a weird statement, apropos of nothing. Must not. This is in danger because it's the negation. It's not the negation of protect. And this is enter. And this, what group of people is 3 circles with like a telephone pole? What is that? Oh, it's literally like their dollar sign, right? That's what that is. So that's like dedicants. Dedicants must burn dedicants' money. Dedicants must not endanger Ori. anything here? Ori must not reward, so punish. These are all must or must not. Mannequins must burn money. They must not endanger Ori. Is that it? Must not enter... Wait, that's weird. Mannequins must not enter Ori's temple. That's right, though. No, must not leave. They must not leave. Okay. I did it. I found it. Okay. Exit scenario. Click this thing. Blasphemers brought to justice. A pair of magicians who spread malicious lies about the Blessed Waterfall have been executed under new blasphemy laws. At a public cinema screening yesterday, husband and wife Shastai and Denise Akai were overheard questioning the veracity of the miracle that saved Pravi Nagasi. Today, both were found guilty of spreading misinformation before being swiftly beheaded. The ruling and sentencing were given by His Majesty King Lutri Manzek with guidance from his spiritual advisors, First Sentinels Koi and Ori Nagasi. Wait, what on earth happened? Lemurians love Lutri. King Lutri's public approval ratings are at an all-time high thanks largely to his firm religious stance, new polling suggests. So Shastai and Denise and the Amazing Flying Boy. An old poster advertising their first show. What a bizarre... Hit me with the last one. Blaze of glory. The victory rises from the ashes. From the crashes. I mean, yeah, I guess this is Koi's temple, huh? I don't know why that wasn't immediately obvious to me. Wait, doesn't this guy have an awesome name? It was like Mbappe or something. Psst, scribe, take this message discreetly and have it delivered to King Lutri at once. Your Highness, I regret to inform you that today's trial has not gone to plan. Our insider could not be found this morning, but we saw no way to halt proceedings without arousing suspicion. Now the trial has ended. The spectators have accepted their new sole First Sentinel. Okay, hold on. Got a government badge. It's a sword and a snake. Approved. Strictly confidential. Advisory report. Trial by ordeal. Now that's one I haven't heard before. The Royal Council has reviewed First Sentinel Ori Nagasi's challenge to his brother Koi. So he really just, like, was super upfront about it? Like, it feels weird to, like, file a petition to, like, trap yourself and your sibling in a spiritual building and burn it to the ground. It feels like that happens in the heat of the moment, or it doesn't happen at all. It feels weird to file, like, appropriate paperwork for that. Several council members initially raised concerns about the possibility of Ori becoming the sole First Sentinel should Koi perish. Without Koi's limiting influence, they argued, Ori's unpredictable nature could render him difficult to control. Really? You think that Ori's the problem? As First Sentinels are among the few afforded the privilege of holding private counsel with His Majesty, maintaining stability in this role is paramount. But, like, if you already know that you don't want to listen to his counsel, what does it matter that he technically has the ability to talk to you? Do you think? The favored party was contacted discreetly to confirm he had a plan to ensure his survival. His plan satisfies our conditions, and his accomplice has passed our clearance checks. We have provided the spare for handover. Therefore, His Majesty King Lutri Manzek has authorized the trial by ordeal. Now, the other document? Copy of brother's correspondence provided by Koi. Koi, you always were a few rungs short of a full ladder. Why on earth would I accept such a challenge? Get stuffed. Ori, you admit you could not possibly win? Then you should renounce your title. Or have you no shame whatsoever? Koi, I have changed my mind. I now realize there's no chance of me losing, so why shouldn't I take this opportunity to double my following? Before long, I'll be living better than ever off your Dedekin's donations. What a pity you won't be around to see it. Ori, that settles it. My dedicants and I will show up at your temple on the date given to me by the waterfall. You will receive no advance notice. I don't want you preparing any of your tricks. Even the palace will not know when the trial is to take place until I inform them on the day itself. Koi, so dramatic. Fine, I'll be there ready and waiting. Get stuff is pretty good. I agree. And if you're really mad, you can tell someone to get double stuff, like an Oreo. And that feels pretty good too, I'm gonna be honest. Hang on, Manny. I'm still struggling to keep up with this victory speech. And before that started, I didn't have time to finish the minutes. My fingers are gonna fall off at this rate. Another government badge. Hey, what type of Pokemon do you think that the government gym leader uses to give out his government gym badges? What about triple stuff? I feel like that's too much stuffing. Maybe quadruple, a double stuff. I might be able to hear an argument for a double. Please bear with me. I'm still not entirely sure what just happened, but I'll do my best to recount everything. This morning, as I prayed in the study, I entered a deep trance and lost all sense of time and space. When my consciousness returned to this earthly plane, I found myself surrounded by fire and smoke, yet I felt no pain. Instead, I heard the voice of our beloved waterfall. It said, "Fear not, child of the universe, for this is your destiny. This experience has given me a whole new perspective on life. As such, mine. 1. The master of ceremonies called the trial to order. Zero Legs Toy, that ain't a real person, and Nolly Zarati searched the participants, shackled them together inside... God, for some reason I read that as prayer ball, and that sounded a lot funnier. Shackled them together inside the prayer hall, and returned the keys to the master of ceremony. I cannot wrap my head around this just being like a thing we all agree to. It feels very weird. Kwanzaa Raffelli and Tessa Navari ensured all exits were locked, as well as blocked by at least one follower from each camp. The king's soldiers also assumed their positions. Anya Tranta and Fes Relaki handed out Molotov cocktails to all followers from both camps, and saw that they were thrown through every window in unison. Oh, okay, that's one way to do it, I guess. The fire was allowed to rage for several hours until it died down by itself. Victory declared as blank. I mean, that's just the whole planning of this is so like, it's so funny to just give like an entire like angry mob Molotov cocktails and then to expect them to like utilize them in like orderly fashion. But like it's somehow like a lot funnier for them to do that and then just sit quietly for hours and just like watch the fire burn and be like, I'm sure one of them's gonna be alive at the end of this. I think that's everything on his person. Fire extinguishers, and all of the fire extinguishers are full, which is mildly interesting. Then there's this guy. He's got 2 keys. How can this be? We cannot deny the Blessed Waterfall's choice. It's a miracle. First Sentinel Ori Nagasi I guess it's been Nagasai the whole time, but it's not getting fixed in my head now. Has challenged his brother First Sentinel Koi Nagasi to trial by ordeal. Koi accepted. Both men will be locked inside Koi's temple, shackled to one another at the hands and feet. The building will be set ablaze by their dedicants. I guess that was in the prophecy. And it didn't make sense to me then, and it doesn't make sense to me now, but I guess it makes slightly more sense. Who guard all possible exits alongside soldiers from King Lutri Manzek's royal army. The blessed waterfall will surely protect he who is worthy of his position, leaving he who is undeserving to perish. Prior to today's trial, Ori and Koi Nagasi chose their respective overseers as follows. Restraint, Ori, Zero Leg Stoi, Koi, Jamadi Pura. Exit, Kwanzaa Raffelli, Tessa Navari. Ignition, Anya Tranta, Fez Relaki. Restraint overseers to secure shackles. This sure does seem like a weird sex thing, if I can be honest with you. Exit way overseers to ensure all exits blocked. Ignition overseers to start fire. Sure. Government badge. This experience has given me a whole new perspective on life. As such, my first act will be to put an end to donations and punishment. After that, I would like to live out the rest of my days in solitude, though I will always be with you in spirit. That is insanely suspicious. Why is that such a suspicious thing to say? You heard one of my activation phrases? Which, can you elaborate? Which one is that, Zacula? Waterfall proclamations. These are the old ones. Is it relevant to here? Oh, that music is genuinely upsetting. To think they nearly left you in here. You're coming with me. Neko! Neko! Psst! Neko! Neko, are you here? Neko! This is a weird sex. Oh, no, that's true. I should have been aware of that. That's my fault. Oh my god, Neko actually left, didn't she? She's like, the idol came back. I've never seen Neko and a golden idol in a room at the same time. I'm starting to think that Neko is the golden idol. Okay. That's interesting. What's up with your hand here, buddy? Are the shackles different colors? So this person was trying to open that's gotta be koi, right? What's this? Oh. Oh. So this is one of the restraints, right? Oh. What the heck? Spiritual and elegant. First Sentinel Koinagasi says, asceticism needn't be austere. I sure bet he does. The famous symbol of koi, triangle. 2, palladium necklace. Really only familiar with the theater and the mirror. Palladium jewelry is more expensive than platinum because it's harder to make. 3, hand-woven mantle decorated with traditional Lemurian pattern. Yoshi, got it. 4, black pearl bracelet once belonged to Lankan Raja family. That's kind of messed up. 5, silk garment custom made in Louis Bernard fashion house. That's a garment? Looks like a garnish. 6, 7-headed serpent tattoo circling palm and back of right hand. Donate to Koi's charitable foundation and get one as a sign of your generosity. No, that's 6. Wait, what's 5? Oh, the 5 is the undershirt. Okay, now I understand. I see what I've done wrong. 7, model 40823 platinum watch from Brott Simon's latest collection. Something tells me that dude isn't alright. Wait. Hold on a second. This guy? You think there's something wrong with this guy? He goes so far as to say he got squished dead. You know, I bet that the typewriter guy is putting that in his report as we speak. Where am I supposed to get like 15 words? So interesting. On the other side of this hatch, the valve is like on the other side. This is also peculiar. Which hand had the tattoo? Neither of these bodies has the tattoo. I'm sure that's the point somehow or other. Psycho says, sitting at his typewriter like, man squished dead, punctuated by note Squirtles. That's very good. I'm very partial to Vasco note as an emote. I overuse the absolute crap out of it, as I'm sure you're aware if you spent any time on the Discord. Okay, hold on. Oh, well, I don't have to match the names together. That's a relief. So, Ori challenged Koi to a trial by ordeal. Koi accepted, thinking if he could win, he could thinking he could win if he blank a blank from blank. Blank his blank with it, and then... Okay, hold on. Nope, starting from scratch. Blank challenged blank to a trial by ordeal. Blank accepted thinking he could win if he blanked a blank from blank, comma, blank his blank with it, and then blank a blank. But before proceedings began, blank the blank, and then blank it with a blank. As a result, only blank survived. Beep boop beep 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 boop beep beep. This music is very weird. So this dude, the one who survived, has a key, right? This is not surprising. Because how else to get out of yon shackles? So Ori was supposed to have the red shackles. Not sure why they're color-coded. Or why this is just like a belt and these are like chains. That feels, you know, like a problem. Are the dots supposed to be part of the tattoo? I feel like no, right? It's hard to tell the way this is positioned, but I feel like no. To be clear, none of the words are anatomical, right? I mean, it's really hard to say. It would be a little funny if they made a third... Oh, right, I forgot I can zoom. Look how big it is. Oh, God. Why can I do this? It's confusing and horrible. It would kind of be funny if it just made, like, Dongus of the Golden Idol or something. And it was just, like, inexplicably entirely sexual in nature. There's definitely something to this belt that is probably unintuitive. Did I miss a dick joke? Nah, we were like... We were speculating that, like... I mean, like, you know, in the old Match Game 76, like, the blank was always, like, making whoopee or whatever, because it was, like, you know, 1976. So there was, like, a limit to what you could say on network television. But the idea was still that, like, it was always, like, something raunchy you would fill in the blank with. And so this game, which is Match Game 26, it's not true, this came out in, what, 24? 25? Basically same premise. I'm like 100,000,000% like missing stuff. I mean, it seems as though part of the idea here is that, like, neither of the brothers survived. And as a result, someone, like, for some reason tried to take their station. But, like, also had to remove themselves from society so that no one, like, took a good look at them to notice that they were, like, a not dead prophet or what have you. I can't tell if there's something more I'm supposed to gain from this other than the fact that, like, the metallic handle to the door got heated, so this person wasn't able to get into this vault that they were trying to get into. Do you think this is supposed to be water on the door itself? Like someone tried to cool it down at some point? I'm going to inform you today's trial has not gone to plan. Insider could not be found. Saw no way to halt the proceedings. Now the trial has ended. Spectators have accepted their new sole first sentinel. I mean, if it didn't go according to plan, it's definitely not Koi. Something tells me it's also not Ori. Is that a frog? Is this a frog? Is that the question? Because no, he's, wait for it. Oh, is his name not here? He's like... Hold on. His name's like Manny Boppy or something. They do a lot of reiterating the basic premise of this, which doesn't really help me piece this together much. How can this be? We cannot deny the Blessed Waterfall's choice. Shout with them in the prayer hall and return the keys to the Master of Ceremony. So that's the guy on the right. Kwanzaa and Tessa ensured exits were locked, as well as blocked by at least one follower from every party involved. Ronnie Trenta and Fez Rolaki handed out Molotov cocktails. Fire was allowed to rage for several hours. The victor was declared as I prayed in the study, I entered a deep trance. Lost all sense of time and space when my consciousness returned to this earthly plane. So it's definitely another guy. The idea is that, like, someone was just incidentally in the building. And their claim is just that, like, they had, like, astral projected out of their physical body. And just, like, woke up and had survived the fire. The voice of the waterfall said, "Fear not, child of the universe, this is your destiny. This experience gave me a whole new perspective." So that leads into this. So it's part of the same speech. I mean, a whole new perspective on life. As such, my first act would be to put an end to donations and punishment. After that, I would like to live out the rest of my days in solitude. So it's definitely like a third party. Do I have to try? How do I figure out who it was? Thinking he could win if he... blanked a blank from blank. If he... stole a key from... Do we know who the insider would be? Insider could not be found this morning. Do we have a way of knowing who their insider would be? Sorry, but it's fine, Sarah. The real problem is that Neko disappeared when the Golden Idol came back. And now we're all really convinced that Neko is the Golden Idol, which is... it has troubling ramifications. I don't know if you caught any part of the trial by ordeal, but it's genuinely really insane. Power on computer went out. Oof. Council members... Favorite party was contact discreetly to confirm he had a plan to ensure his survival. The plan satisfies our conditions, and his accomplished passed our clearance checks. Do I have some way of, like, knowing what the checks were? Purum, Tessa Navarre. I mean, it's not Tessa Navarre. We know that for sure. I don't remember what Anya or Kwanzaa look like, to be honest with you. I think at least one of them was a woman? I mean, maybe their hair burned off, which is why they look like all the other bald guys here. My goodness, what's happening now? Okay, so I don't know at what point you had your power outage, Sarah. We had like a whole mini chapter of like linguistic translations where we figured out that there was a prophecy given to Ori, the square symbol good brother, that said that like he and his brother would have to enter Koi's temple and all their followers would burn it to the ground, but like the prophecy said that Ori would be fine, like he was destined to survive the fire. And now this is the aftermath, and like there's like a surprising amount of paperwork for the trial by ordeal, which is what we're calling it, and obviously it's a little burned down. Did he die by fire? I'm pretty sure he died by fire. My current theory is, if I'm understanding the elements here correctly, I think the idea is that like there was just accidentally like a third person in the building when it caught fire, and they're the only one who survived. We only see like one dead person here, and there's this bunker. So like maybe they like just started in the bunker, right? I don't understand what the purpose of this is. I don't know why this is here or what this does for me. But it doesn't seem to me as though this person is trying to be an imposter, like taking the place of Koi, which is kind of what I feel like the documents in the basement suggest. But it kind of makes me think that what happened is there was supposed to be someone who was like an inside man who was gonna help Koi cheat his way out of the ordeal. And what I think actually happened is that that individual just capitalized on this whole thing, got both of the brothers killed, and then tried to take power, except upon doing so, he like immediately just declares that everything should be cool. Neko! Oh my god, Neko! Neko, look! Neko! Neko! Man, the Tom Walker is on the next series of Australian Taskmaster. Oh, I didn't know Australia had a Taskmaster. He's very ashamed of everything he did on that show. That sounds like Tommy Salami. It would be that. Yeah, of course it's this girl. This, like, miserable character that they insist on trying to, like, connect to everything. Why does it have boobs? The idol doesn't have boobs. Its hands are, like... They're clasped, like happy, like excited or something. Sarah likes to think they're boobs also. Like, listen, I like to think about boobs. I guess is the only point to make there. Okay, wait. Zira and Nolly. Oh, brother, there's no space to, like, reorganize anything. Oh, can I literally just... You've given me literally no space to reorganize these, so I can't try to, like... That's so cool. Anya and Fez handed out Molotov cocktails. Okay, hold on. Anya and Fez. Okay, that tracks. Kwanzaa and Tessa locked the exits. Okay, Zira and Jamadi? No! Jamadi! That's what I thought. What the heck's Nolly? Do I know Nolly? Nolly's like one of the ladies from the previous one I don't care about, right? Because I spent 2 days eating nothing due to the heat, so I just keep going back and forth to the kitchen grabbing more food. Well, you do need to eat to live, I think. Now that we've finally confirmed that you aren't the golden idol by having you in the room at the same time. So the only person who survived is Jamadi Pira. Before the proceedings began, Jamadi Pira blanked the blank and then blank it with a blank. Koi accepted, thinking he could win if he blanked a blank from blank. That might also be Jamadi? Yeah, I think that's right. Unlocked his shackles with it. And then... entered a bunker. Before proceedings began, Jamadi blanked the blank and then blank it with a blank. I don't know. K-Mac already showed us you do not need to eat to live. Wait, why do you say that? Just because he subsisted off of Pop-Tarts? I don't know that means... I mean, it technically has some amount of nutritional content, right? I gotta say, I have like a whole birthday cheesecake to myself, and I've been working through it consistently, but I've been trying to be as measured about it as possible while still making progress on it. That means I've had about 500 calories of half cheesecake slices per day every day this week. And for some reason, my body is, like, psyched about it. Like, my body is, like, so confusing. Because, like, I'll try to eat, like, vegetables and, like, increase the nutritional intake of, like, my diet. And it will get, like, so mad. And, like, not just, like, at first. Like, it will get mad over a sustained period of time. And then if I, like, work out, like, a quarter of my calories per day to be, like, cheesecake, it's like, that seems fine by me. Jamadi entered the bunker and then locked it with a belt. Wait, is that really the answer? 'Cause there is a belt. I guess the heat burned through the belt eventually? I guess that's right. That sounds so stupid. It's close though. He mostly got his calories from Pepsi. Oh, wait, is that true? I don't remember that being true. I mostly remember the Pop-Tart. There were a lot of discussion of Pop-Tarts. Let's go. If it makes you feel any better, the reason I usually only eat one meal per day is so that the rest of the calories can be dedicated to desserts. That does make me feel better. Because, like, I try not to do that all the time. I've gotten, like, a lot better about it than I used to do. But, like, man, it sure feels good to do it, though. Like, this week has felt great. Like, it should be clear. The other, like, 3/4 of my daily calorie intake, I've been, like, super careful to balance, like vegetables and protein and fiber and stuff. Like, I've been, like, super duper careful about making the other calories count. But then I'm also just like, and then when that's done, I'm gonna have half a slice of cheesecake. But the funny thing is, like, normally what I've been doing for a while is like burning off like 1,200 calories a day with a stupid amount of exercise I don't recommend to a human being. And then having about like 2,200 calories of food, and like about 200 of that is like a treat. But like this week instead, I've only been having like 2,000 calories, and 500 calories are cheesecake, and that seems great. It's going really well for me. Also, though, in fairness to you, Neko, the food that you do eat is like way better than the food that I eat for like so many reasons. Okay. So what's the probably one word that's wrong here? Ori challenged Koi. Duh. Koi accepted, thinking he could win if he... It's not stole, it's received, because they were supposed to be on it together. Oh, okay. I've unlocked a new time period. That makes sense. Shovel. Shavul, who was a mole man. I'm pretty healthy. I make sure I eat a lot of nutrients and fiber. I just need room for the foods that bring... Exactly. Neko, you get it. You get... You're my people. Koi really has a sick mind choosing this of all places.
Falco. Named for the Falcon. Let's call him F.
Let's call him F for short. Koi has a really sick mind choosing this of all places, though I suppose no one will ever disturb
I'm Hugh Bliss.
the sacred ground here. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What does he find buried in the original burned out temple? Ooh. So wait, we're gonna get an answer about the Jorcan? We're gonna learn about the Jorcan? How does the Jorcan... It has something to do with the keypad. I actually understand it now. So it's defining 1 by like the junction that would be unique to it. 5 is like the filled in square. Then this would be like the lower right, which is 9. And then this would be the middle left, which is 4. I've solved the Jorcan puzzle! Neko loves Hugh Bliss. Everyone loves Hugh Bliss, Neko. Cheesecake does have nutrition. It contains protein and all the nutrients in milk. It being high fat means you're not immediately crashing on the sugar and you'll keep fuller longer. I mean, that's definitely true.
6 letters. Kodaka.
I like the puzzle solving nature of that following the Jorc puzzle. There are worse things you could be eating, like Pop-Tart. It's true. Listen, I like a good Pop-Tart. I also like a bad Pop-Tart, because let's be real. They're Pop-Tarts. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's any nutritional content there. So this stuff's all the same, right? Yeah, it's weird that it makes me look at it again, but why not? So hang on. The reflection in his glasses is like glowing mushrooms, I think? Yeah, that seems to track, but I don't know what he's getting at. Timeline. Some other thing. This. Miracle at the waterfall. Suddenly fire rages throughout the temple. God, it's a tiny temple. Will Pravi survive? But then a mighty wind howls from the east. The blessed waterfall is redirected. I kind of peed on him. It's a miracle. The prophecy is fulfilled. A first sentinel is born. But was there like a prophecy like before it happened? I'm confused about that. Finally finished Jorcan. I did. It took like, I don't know, like 2 hours. I've been Jorcan for 2 hours over here. It's probably not desirable. Could this really have been the result of a miracle wind like they say? Something about the footage seems odd. Well, I mean, obviously they didn't like record the event as it happened. Ticket stub, a few coins, an entire newspaper. To honor the death of First Sentinel Pravi Nagasi, the classic Miracle at the Waterfall will be showing at the Lagoon Theater all week. Witness the first miracle ever to be captured on film. Real footage of the divine moment that gave rise... Wait, That doesn't make any sense. How could you possibly have recorded that with, like, 1940s film? It was even earlier than that, right? The miracle itself happened in, like, the late 20s or the 30s or something? Like, what are you talking about? An ancient prophecy fulfilled. After the inferno, only one shall rise, bearing the mark of the universe. Admission 2 pence or something only. Ew! Look at this one. Look at what they did. They were like, I need a person. And they're like, got it. A horrible eldritch monstrosity in Conroy Bumpus's wig. It says, most guys wish Jorcan could last that long. I mean, it takes a real visionary to perform the Jorcan miracle at the falls. If only we had a better viewing angle. This person has a deck of playing cards for some reason, and also a letter that reads, hello, darling. Thank you for those wonderful photographs. What a handsome young man my grandson has become. How lucky he is to have inherited such strong features from you and Shastai. My love to the family, Daddy. So these are the heretics? What did I not look at? Another ticket stub. How important. How dare they doubt the blessed waterfall, and in public. As soon as this ends, I'm reporting them to King Lutri's purity guards. Seems like that's good for everyone. Expect her hair to open its eyes at any moment. That seems right. Doesn't look like he has the mark on him. Yeah, it's definitely like a hose, right? That's the takeaway? So what would he have discovered here, then? Order these events chronologically. Oh, none of that's interesting. So the Purity Police don't come around until both Pravi and Lutri are dead. But I don't know which one of them happens first. I kind of feel like Pravi dies first. So Koi's miracle happens before the burial, which happens before the revelation, which happens before the trial by fire. The cinema screening happens somewhere in here. It has to be like after Lutri and Pravi's murder. It could arguably happen after the miracle, but that seems insanely annoying. And those two things happen in the same day. Is there like a date on this newspaper? No. Thank goodness. I really didn't want that to be true. What would he find at the burials? This is another thing I don't like about this game. It's not like objectively bad, but like it's annoying to me. Like I feel like it detracts from like the game doing things that are fun. But like knowing when the cinema screening happened comes from like an interstitial article that happened between like two of these like mystery cases that we tried to solve. And it's just like, is it really asking that much for like like, I legitimately, if you ask me, like, if you ask me to describe things that I like about the way Case of the Golden Idol handles things, like, a big part of it is that everything that you need to know is in the scene. Like, am I too stupid to find it sometimes? Yeah. But, like, even, like, the worst cases in the first game, like, everything is there for you to find. If you are careful and methodical, you will find it eventually. But, like, they do stuff like this in this game that I just think sucks by comparison. Really? I mean, Aura's revelation leads directly to the trial by fire. It's not possible. Doesn't seem like the trial by fire has to happen afterwards. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go back to the main screen and like crash the game again. Because like I need this information. Pair of magicians spread lies about the waterfall been executed. They were overheard questioning the veracity of the miracle. The ruling were given by by Lutri Manzak. Okay. I didn't realize Lutri was still alive for that. That's just some malarkey with them, like, rearranging time to make the puzzles more difficult arbitrarily. So then what that's saying is... Pravi, then the brothers become joint advisors. Then the cinema. Then the murder. Well, I'm confused because this seems right to me. The kind of annoying thing about, like, a timeline in this fashion is that, like, most versions of having, like, one thing out of place gives you, like, a hard incorrect as opposed to you being close. I mean, obviously the revelation happens before the trial by fire because it leads to it. It doesn't make sense for the miracle or the burial to happen afterwards because, for one, Koi is alive, and for two, the temple exists for both of those things. Hold on a second. Does Lutri die, like, super late? He dies after everything else transpires? That's so dumb. Like, is there something before now that, like, indicates that, like, where that happens in relation to everything else? Like, when I'm specifically looking for that information, like, I know how to find it relatively easily. But, like, it's just another case where, like, the game is, like, just trying to be... like, it's not trying to make a puzzle for you to work out. It's trying to deceive you. Because they, for, like, no particular reason, they put the last event in this series of events, like, first in the things that you do. And, like, it just doesn't make the story more interesting to do it that way. They just want to have a stupid, like, gotcha here where they're like, oh, that thing that, like, feels like it happened a really long time ago, it happened last for, I don't know why, shut up about it. Like, it's just not... Like, I can't think of any part of making that decision that makes any part of this more interesting. It's just annoying. Blank knew when to hide in the bunker because Blank told Blank the trial date. Motivated by Blank, his final goal, which he achieved, was to blank Blank. So Jamani's the one who hid in the bunker. I assume that Ori told someone. Did he leave it for his dad's corpse? Motivated by... Final goal was to... I don't think it's like debunk the prophecy, because like, whether he likes it or not, he's sort of fulfilling the prophecy, right? Because like, someone comes out of this as the new Sentinel, like the one true Sentinel. The Golden Idol doesn't seem to factor into this, which is a great sign for a game named after the Golden Idol. No, I guess it's not... I don't think it's like... debunk the miracle? Is it protect the waterfall? What stupid thing does he say? End to donations and punishment. And then I want to live alone. Motivated by lust, his final goal, which he achieved, was to jork it for 2 hours. I mean, I don't think it's like... It's not like motivated by power, he became the first Sentinel. Like, he becomes the first Sentinel. But, like, he's not trying to take advantage of it. He's trying to, like, fix the system, kind of, but I don't think that's even necessarily his main goal here. I mean, I think this is probably an Agassi, which they think they're being clever about. I think he basically, like, buried a message for his dad or something. And then, Jamadi finds it when he's, like, digging a grave for what's-his-face? Gresto. His final goal, which he achieved, was to destroy money. I don't know how to group these concepts into one. I don't think it's redemption because this guy didn't do anything in the first place. It's not like revenge as far as I know. Is it simply protect the waterfall? No, he wants to become the waterfall. I feel like he's motivated by faith. I want to say, and I'm not going back to that screen because it's not worth the effort, but I think in the, in like the levitating, like, murder conspiracy scene, I think the description of Jamadi was that, like, he was super devoted. Motivated by faith. His goal was to... I don't know, my instinct says protect the waterfall. steal the miracle, to destroy the secret room, to expose the golden idol. So I got 3 things wrong, huh? Out of 6? It's not great. Although I guess the entire last sentence I don't really know. I'm not sure about this Pravi Nagasi thing. I feel like it's the implication. Let me go back and look at that stupid thing. Suppose no one will ever disturb the sacred ground. Hang on a second. So he definitely like finds something, right? And it seems like the thing he finds has to somehow direct him to like intervene in the trial by ordeal. Which I don't know why I would need to place this timeline. Maybe something interesting will happen. I am skeptical, as you know. So we know that Jamadi hid in the bunker. So like that is fine. 1 out of 6 locked. Or is the only person that we know for sure knew the trial date in advance. So he would have to tell someone. There's no reason to think that he told like a living person. I just don't think that there's any indication that any of these like living regular people, these innocent men, knew about this in advance. Okay, let me check something. One of these documents says something about who would know in advance. You will receive no advance notice. I don't want you preparing any of your tricks. Even the palace will not know when the trial is to take place until I inform them. It's not explicit, but I feel like it implies that he is the only one who knows the date of the trial. But here's a question, like, what happened to the other body? I guess they're just under the rubble? But the other question I have is, like, what the heck? What is the deal with this? What is this doing for me? It's wildly unclear to me what this evidence alleges to provide. Because she likes he could do a try attack on his forehead. Well, being a spiritual leader, I think he has an abundance of hero points. So many zoom in panels for cripe's sake. It's not fulfill the miracle, because the miracle is specifically with the waterfall. You could say fulfill the prophecy. But what's strange about that is, like, it feels like the reason to want to fulfill the prophecy is fate. But it feels like the only reason why you would need to you would feel the need to intervene is because you didn't have faith that it would turn out as prophesized. Maybe we wanted to steal the waterfall like Carmen Sandiego. I really, like, none of these seem like they make much sense to me other than faith. It's interesting, it specifies a goal that he achieved. So before he said he wanted rest. He's digging... I could almost believe justice if we were led to believe that he like read. What is the deal with that book? Why does he have Koi's journal? Why does he do that? Because it wasn't relevant to the earlier case, so why does he do it? If justice was an option, it might be plausible. But it's not, I mean, revenge, but like, revenge I feel like implies something done to you, doesn't it? Otherwise you're avenging, right? Isn't that how that works? Again, though, like, would it be necessary for him to go out of his way to kill Koi? Or if it's Metal Gear Revenge Insane? That's a good point. Although I don't think that the Golden Idol is a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. I can't shake the feeling at this point that, like, this is just gonna be another one of those cases where, like, they just, like, use words in a way that I find disagreeable. And, like, it makes it more difficult to ascertain some basic concept that they want to seem difficult. Instead of, like, building up a challenging case, they want you to just, like, have to, like, figure out a bunch of stuff that happened off screen. It's their favorite trick in this game. As opposed to nearly everything happening on screen all the time and making it possible for you to, like, deduce things logically. Instead, they want you to, like, have, like, insight solutions to problems, which is an entirely separate type of problem solving. I don't know, it's just annoying because, like, I don't feel like his motivation is clear, and it's, like, the only thing I need to know. Let's say he wants to kill Koi. Let's say he wants... What even is the monument? The waterfall is its own thing. What is the monument? Prophecy. Do you think... Do you think it's possible this guy is not impersonating Koi, but rather that he's trying to be Pravi Nagasi, like the first guy? And he wants to fulfill the prophecy that the first Sentinel will live forever? Sin shouldn't be met with punishment. Huh. Chad, do you have any thoughts on this? We're in that stupid place that this game really likes to trap you in. That there's a real, the way they sculpt these puzzles, there's a really hard limit to what you can like actively try to look at to understand. Whereas I feel like the first game, if you got stuck, most instances you could like look around and like check details and you like know what information you're missing. And even when it's like something that's deliberately obtuse, like there's still like an angle for you to sort of be proactive about trying to like make progress towards the solution. Whereas like in this game, I feel like you routinely end up in this situation where you're like, well, I don't know, and I don't know what I could look at to know more. So now I'll just sit here and and ah. Blessed Waterfall's choice is truly a miracle. Is there something about the badge that's relevant for me to know about? They give all these guys badges. I prayed in the study. Ah, I mean, if he was trying to pretend to be the first Sentinel, then this seems like a curious way to frame it. This morning as I prayed in the study, I entered a deep trance and lost all sense of time and space. When my consciousness returned to this earthly plane, I found myself surrounded by fire and smoke, but felt no pain. If you're not child of the universe, this is your destiny. I feel like it's something else. There's almost something interesting to this idea I've come up with, but it's just, it seems like it's nothing. But I mean, again, him trying to impersonate someone sort of explains why, after, like, raising to the, like, elevating to the position of First Sentinel, why you would just, like, never want to see anyone again, because you don't want people to scrutinize what's up. What's the idea behind this article? Is it to show that, like, originally Koi was going to be down? Like, it feels like there's gotta be a better way to do that. I don't understand what we're doing with this. It feels like unresolved in some way that's annoying to me. Like, now that I've done the timeline, this doesn't feel like this matters at all, but then, like, it didn't matter at all in the first place, because the timeline didn't seem important at all. There's like kind of a platform behind the waterfall that could explain the like hose situation. I don't even know like what to look at to consider. Like I don't. Motivated by blank, his final goal, which he achieved, was blank blank. I sure don't think it's Koi's diaries like at all. There's no like become First Sentinel? It seems like really front door and like not. I mean, technically he becomes first sentinel, yeah, but like I don't think that's what he's going for. I think he wants to become Lord. I mean, that's what I thought too, but motivated by faith to protect the waterfall is like the first thing I put in. I still think it's one of, if not the single most logical option available. Like the weird way people are talking about it, I think it's plausible that he's posing as Pravi Nagasi. But like nothing here like supports that like being his achieved goal exactly. Well, I mean, unless it specifically wants like become Pravi, it's still wrong. Could this not be about the waterfall? In what way do you mean, Demolition? No, like, I completely agree with you, but, like, yeah, I've been at this for a while, so, like, I don't remember, like, half the stuff I put in. But I remember that because it was the first one I tried. Because it was the one that I thought made the most sense. If one person knows of a trial, would they not hide? I mean, in this context, I would say no. Because, like, from Ori's position, he wouldn't hide because he has faith that this prophecy of the ordeal ends in his favor with him being protected by the waterfall. And by going through with it, he's doing the waterfall's bidding and, like, liberating his brother's dedicants from his garbage. From Koi's perspective, I still think no, because his stated idea is that, like, he'll just cheat and win. And so he has faith in his victory for different reasons. But by going through with the ordeal and cheating his way to victory, then he also, by his perception, frees his brother's dedicants from his brother's garbage and takes their money. So, like, I don't think either one of them is trying to outright avoid the trial. Plus, who we're talking about here is neither of the people who were involved in the trial. Is this guy, whose idiot name is Jamadi Pira, who we know is the guy who survived, because that's already confirmed. But, like, I mean, I get, in the sense that, like, maybe it's told the waterfall that could be something. But, like, the waterfall told Ori. So I think if we're framing it as, like, telling someone, I still think it makes more sense for it to be Pravi, right? Hey, Funny Godmother, how was your Pokemon Go experience? Live in a Pokemon Go theme park. Well, that sounds like a positive answer. Motivated by... I mean, the thing that kills me, I think, more than anything here is that, like, none of these motivation words feel, like, applicable. Like, faith is the only one that feels close. I'm gonna go back to the other one and, like, see what the other guy says about... God, I just hate this about this game. It may not bother everyone, but it sure does bother me. There's hundreds of people wandering around raiding. Really? There's that level of density of people playing Pokemon Go here 10 years after its release? You, the other one, the blue one. Okay, Jamadi Pira, reliable ever since he showed up. Had opportunity to turn on me early on, but proved his loyalty and words. So no. It's the other guy that they... Yeah, call a strong believer. Reliable since he showed up. Had an opportunity to turn on me early on. So if he's loyal, it can't be like... revenge or like jealousy, which isn't even an option. Like, I don't know what we're doing here. Oh, you think the annoying barking dog people may have moved or been evicted today? Wait, what makes you think it happened today in particular? So he seems bothered by doing this, but also it doesn't bother him enough to not bury the corpse here. So what do we think his motivation is then? It sure isn't love, because we've seen him like twice ever, and he's never been in the same room as another person. It can't be motivated by money, because he tells them that he like wants to get rid of like punishment and forced donations. Constant stream of boxes out of their apartment. You know, that's a lot less subtle than I was expecting, but I guess that's a pretty good reason to think that they left. Maybe they just left boxes at the curb like they were in a hurry. Did they also talk to a ghost this week? Because so speaking of Pokemon, I finally found a single booster pack in English. The scalping situation is insane. Dude, like, I can't even. Like, it's so hard to just, like... It's hard in games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic to, like, get the one card that you want, right? Like, a rare card is hard to find. These days, it's difficult to find Pokemon cards full stop, like, at all. Dated by... I have no idea. Does anyone have any idea what this guy's motivation is? I'm looking at like 8 words and none of them is right. Like I don't know what they're going for. Welcome to Rise of the Golden Idol. Screw you too. Oh, by the way, did anyone hear? I think it's for... Is it for Comic-Con this year? I saw they announced that they made a plush Team Rocket Meowth balloon that comes with a little Meowth in it. It looks really sick. I bet Neko would love it. All stores in the city only sell Pokemon cards in foreign languages because no one can get them. I mean, honestly, I'm a little surprised they can even do that. Are like English language Pokemon cards in like a much higher demand? Is that like a thing? I guess that's plausible. Meowth is objectively cute in that balloon. It totally is. I know Neko has seen this. At some point in like China or something, they released these really good plush hot air balloons that were like a little Jigglypuff and a little Drifloon, which are like 2 of my favorites. And they're like stupidly expensive to like import for like little guys. Literally saw human people buy packs from a vending machine in my grocery... Your grocery store is a pack vending machine? That's sick. What's this Meowth in the balloon? Look up like Jazzware's Meowth balloon plush Comic-Con. I think that'll get you where you're going. I only saw it, like I saw like the photo earlier in the week and didn't have context, and then it came up like again somewhere that like mentioned it was like by Jazzware, and I think it's for Comic-Con this year. San Diego. Brother. I figured you'd like that, Neko. I have no idea how difficult that's going to be, because, like, that's more or less how the Squirtle Squad got released, and those are obscenely expensive. I used to make tiny Meowth head balloons to hang on my ceiling as a child. That's nice. It even has a tiny Meowth inside. I know! It has a little Meowth! It's very good. You got that link to work? Oh, second. This will probably crash the video game, but I can't figure out what's going on in the video game anyway. So like, does it matter? Oh dang, that is a really good Pikachu. It's a really good flag Pikachu. offered a tour of the archives, which are a thing. I bet it's awesome. Is that you told me once that there's like a closet that has like a bunch of like Pokemon books, including things like cookbooks and coloring books and things. You have to wear a hard hat for some reason. Honestly, that tracks. I don't really need to understand it to buy into that. Alright, chat, it's lightning round. Suggest words that fill these gaps and we're gonna brute force it together. I'm so far beyond understanding what the video game wants from me. That's the library. This is like the Disney archives. So wait, are there Pokemon that they lock in the vault for a long time? By the way, so I mentioned like briefly earlier, I did like an accidental, I'm just gonna fill in whatever people say in chat, I don't care. I did like an accidental comparathon of two movies. You may have noticed that I managed to get a Kuzco plush. I'll show it off later for sure. It's wonderful. They had it at Epcot. It's amazing. I can't believe it exists. And that made me want to go back and watch Emperor's New Groove, which I hadn't done in a while. I did that, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. And, like, watching it again, I'm sort of like, movie is still amazing. And it's interesting that the plot is, like, paper thin. It's just an excuse to have these really good characters do funny bits to each other. And that's amazing. It works really well for what it's doing. And then, for the first time, I watched Moana, not the live action, the original Moana animated, not sequel. I had never seen it before. But with people talking about the new one and not saying good things about it, which doesn't look great, I watched it for the first time. And it's interesting to me because, like, theoretically, they're actually very similar stories. Of, like, the focus is entirely about like a journey getting a character that needs to be redeemed to a specific place to resolve a problem presented by their absence. And like by my estimation, Emperor's New Groove is like, it's very character driven, but like the characters are super strong and it's really good. I think like Moana's okay. Like it's a good concept, but like I honestly feel like it also has kind of a paper thin story and just like doesn't have as good of characters and also isn't nearly as funny. So like I don't know, like watching them back to back, it like just draws into like focus a lot of similarities, and like I don't know, I really like Emperor's New Groove, and I thought, wow, it was okay. 90s didn't need plot. I mean, that movie's like 90s as heck. It's incredible. Yeah, you all will have to get a look at this Kuzco. I love this Kuzco. Like, I'm so excited about the plush Kuzco. Saw some clips from the live action. It looks bad. Like, even just visually, it's so obvious the whole thing was shot on volume. Yeah, that's what everyone says about it. I haven't, like, watched a ton of the trailers, but, like, I will say, like, I did see a trailer recently, and it just, like, there's something really uncanny about, like, I don't love the Maui character design in Moana, but, like, it totally works and fits. But then, like, having just, like, The Rock in a bad wig be Maui in live action, like, doesn't work for me at all. But, like, you know, like, one of the things for me is, like, and I don't know, maybe I've done myself a disservice by, like, seeing Moana the first time in the context, but, like, they go to great lengths to make Kuzco awful, like, at the start of Emperor's New Groove. But, like, in a way that's, like, entertaining, so you dislike him, but you still kind of, like, want to root for him. Whereas I feel like Maui in Moana just kind of sucks. Like, eventually the plot kind of, like, tells you that he redeems himself. And it's not, like, wrong, but I don't feel like he earns it. It just kind of, like, happens. And, like, it also kind of bothers me, like, it feels like Moana, like learning to become a wayfinder is like super de duper important to her character development. And not only does it happen in a montage, it's like not even a song. In like a Disney movie musical, like you can't even give me a song about like teaching her this super important character thing. Just like a musical interlude, and now she's good at it. Like it kind of pisses me off, to be honest. It's insane as the development that Emperor's New Groove had. Yeah, like I've heard various bits and pieces. I don't think I've retained all of it over time, but like I know that the creation of that movie was an unbelievably hot mess, and yet somehow like that movie is amazing. It's so good. Okay, the only word that was suggested to me was fear, so let me just like, I don't know. What would he be afraid of? You could argue he'd be like afraid of like Koi dying because he'd lose his like cushy assistant position or what have you. But then like why would you kill Koi yourself? That doesn't seem to make sense. Or like kill him by omission or what have you. Could it be about another person? In what way? That he's like afraid of a different person? Who would he be more afraid of than Koi? A person he has a book that tells him he's a murderer. One or all of the names. I mean, some of the names might possibly be wrong. But, like, I don't think Jamadi can be wrong, because Jamadi is the only person who knew when to hide in the bunker. Because he's the only person who both knew the date of the trial and also about the existence of the bunker, and also is the only one who lived, which proves both of those things, right? But prior to that, the only person that we know for sure knew the date of the trial is Ori. So I really don't think that's wrong. I mean, you could argue, like, it's the waterfall told Ori the trial date, but, like, that doesn't seem, like, meaningful. Like that, like you might as well just replace that with like the sky is blue. Like we already know that that happened, and it doesn't change or give any additional context to like whatever Jamadi has going on. Motivated by faith. So cool. I mean, if you just wanted to like recontextualize the whole thing in a way that would like make me unbelievably upset, you could say that motivated by faith, Ori's plan was to kill his brother because the waterfall gave him the prophecy. But then, like, this sentence seems even dumber. Like, no, I guess it's in keeping with the game. It'd be like, the waterfall told, but he doesn't hide in the bunker, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, go straight for hint, at least at this point, Demolition, if you're willing. Because, like, I got stone nothing. Like, I feel confident that, like, Jamadi and Ori... Because, like, how would Jamadi know the trial date because the waterfall told Ori without some additional context? The first one has one name twice. God, that sucks. That sucks. Doesn't that mean it, like, has to be about Ori, which is dumb? The first one has one name twice, then another. I don't think you mean that chronologically. Or I guess sequentially? That doesn't make any sense. AABC. AABC. AABC? But Ori doesn't hide in the bunker. And Jamadi doesn't know that, like, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like, the only way that the first two could be the same is if they're both Ori, and that seems insane as a starting point. Because Ori doesn't hide in the bunker. And his goal, as far as I know, isn't to hide in the bunker in the first place. And of course he knows the friggin' trial date, because he made it up. So, like, in order for this to make sense, how could the first two names possibly be the same? That doesn't make any sense. I can't think of a permutation of that doesn't make me livid. Motivated by blank. Like, where is the second name? I mean, it kind of has to be based on that information, right? But it doesn't make any sense. Because we literally know he friggin' died. Like, no, you're saying where is not the second name but B. That makes even less sense. That would mean that the first two names have to be the waterfall, which is physically impossible. That, like, literally would have to, like, it literally means something along the lines of, like, the waterfall knew when to hide in the bunker, which also, like, literally can't be true, because it's not a red and gold, it's just red. Stripe's alive, are you kidding me? Do you mean to tell me that, like, Jamadi, like, hid behind the waterfall and told him what to do or something? I'm gonna fling myself out of a helicopter. Motivated by blank, his final goal, which he achieved, was, I mean, like, but it doesn't, like, it just, it doesn't make any sense. Like, even if that's true, it still doesn't make any sense, because why would he feel the need to intervene at all? Like, why get Ori killed at all? Is it? Oh, cripes. Well, at least it's not motivated by power one to become the first Sentinel. I'm gonna lose my ever-loving mind. Cause like, just like, that doesn't feel motivated at all. I mean, if you orchestrate a prophecy to like lock a dude in a house and burn it down, I don't think you're looking to debunk the fella. You know what I mean? Just out of a sense of self-hatred, I'm gonna go ahead and put in motivated by faith. He wanted to protect the waterfall. Okay, still completely wrong. Whatever. I'm honestly a little shocked that I can't put in, like, he wanted to become Echo Secunda. Just, you know, just a callback to the insanely annoying personality switch jargon. I mean, it's for sure not money, or love, or lust, or... Is there some asinine... Something about the movie has to matter, right? Well, I don't know what it is. Wait, no. Please don't be correct. Oh. Don't tell me that, like, Jamadi Pira is, like, the first dude who, like, used the golden idol to come back to life or some garbage. Like, don't. So, as many as 2 of those are still wrong, but as few as 1. Which tells me something. Let's play a game. It just says, fun fact, I'm taking a Hallmark movie writing class from the writer of The Christmas Carousel and a bunch of other Hallmark movies. Wait, is that one that, like, Dad hates, where, like, they go to a fictional European country and, like, a lady is, like, a professional, like, fiberglass carousel repairman or something? I think that one's neat. She's the partner of someone in the cast. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Where do you even, like, find out about a class like that? And how is it not happening in, like, Los Angeles or something? So I guess what we've learned is, like, the motivation word is wrong. Which I guess is good because it means that stupid thing I was afraid of isn't true. Just none, like from the start, not one of these words has felt appropriate. I already tried phase protect waterfall. Okay. Wait a minute, what? Brute forcing it. Okay, so it's not Ori then, but it's to kill... I don't think it's Koi either, though, right? Is it just the first Sentinel? I think I, like, fat-clicked one of these, so I don't know if I got all of these. Ah, what a fun time we're having now. Some are saying this might be the worst puzzle in franchise history, which is a bold claim, I know. I mean, I literally know what two blanks I need to fill, and anything that seems to make any sense has been ruled out by brutal process of elimination. Ah, remote. And so you, like, initially heard about it because of the relation to someone in Dave's cast? Is that... Hey, Demolition. Give me another hint of any size that you would like. Dealer's choice. Clearly, I am not invested in this, like, at all. I am not certain I am capable of imagining an outcome for this puzzle that doesn't make me mad. I think the best I can hope for is disappointed. Best serve. Okay, revenge. I mean, I already tried Koi, didn't I? Oh, I hate. No, no, only hate. Yeah, give me this. Give me whatever this is. Jamadi Piro wanted to kill Lutri Manzak. Yeah, apparently. Blank and blank, because together they had blank that his blank, blank, and blank be blank. Jamadi Piro was able to access the waterfall because blank gave him the blank so that blank's blank could blank there. Later, Jamadi Piro returned and spoke to blank from blank, the blank. ordering to hold a trial by ordeal. Before the trial began, Jamadi Pira locked himself inside the bunker, leaving blank and blank to die. This led to Jamadi Pira being blank blank, giving him blank to blank. This sucks by just this, like... So, okay. In order to, like, get here, you have to somehow surmise that, like, there's a Wizard of Oz man behind the curtain speaker that's telling the people the waterfall secrets. Which could be true, but, like, I don't think there's anything at any point that, like, deliberately alludes to that. Like, you just have to, like, assume out of cynicism that, like, nothing mystical can happen in a world where the Golden Idol demonstrably exists and does sorcery. So, like, that's problem number one. Problem number two, like, this is so contrived. You have to, like, going back to the start of DLC 2, you have to be like, oh, well, we never saw the face of the guy who was wearing, like, the Yoshi cloak, who was, like, kind of, like, an accomplice to doing, like, a murder of the current king. So, like, yeah, they give you the, like, timeline, and they say that, like, Lutri's murder happens last. And again, I think, like, putting that first only serves to create artificial difficulty for something that's not particularly clever to begin with. But, like, so you have to figure out that this guy, who has, like, never had any connection to that before, like, you have to, like, ascertain their stupid spider web of when the thing happens, and then that, like, he ostracizes himself but somehow still uses that power, which is, like, another wild conclusion. Like, you have to... Like, this is the epitome of everything wrong with this game. Is that, like, you have to, like, know this entire guy's life story, and you've literally seen him twice, and he just, like, moved a shovel around. You don't know, like, any of his inner thoughts. You don't know what motivates him, and you have to, like, figure out his entire life story. It's dumb as sin. It is the dumbest thing I've encountered in ages. And I still have no idea why he wants to kill that guy, and I need to know that now, which is cool. So later, Jamadi returned and spoke to Ori from behind the waterfall, because at this point, that's obvious. Before the trial began, Jamadi Pira locked himself inside the bunker, leaving Ori and Koi to die. This led to Jamadi Pira being appointed first sentinel, giving him access to Lutri Manzek. Jamadi Pira wanted to kill Lutri Manzek, blank and blank, because together they had blank that his blank, blank, and blank be blank. He's the son of the stupid magician. God, I hate this garbage. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. He's able to access the waterfall because blank gave him the blank. So that blank's... Okay, this is Gresto Nosi's body could be buried. So this is... Koi gave him the code, I guess. So this guy wanted to kill both of the brothers. Dad ordered that his parents... Danny and Chassis. Sucks. Absolutely sucks. What an unbelievable dumpster garbage suckfest. Boo. After his parents' execution, Jamadi Pira sought revenge against King Lutri Manzek and his first sentinels Ori and Koi Nagasi. He joined Koi's following with the aim of obtaining intelligence and access. Before long, he gained Koi's trust by using his knowledge of magic to devise ways for Koi to perform miracles. That didn't even happen. He used a friggin' forklift. God, come on. Be, like, internally consistent with one fact. From there, he bided his time and used his proximity to Koi to uncover more information. After Koi gave Jamadi access to the waterfall, which he, like, didn't really do? Like, I don't understand. At what point did he become aware of this magical friggin' speaker? There's nothing anywhere that I've seen that indicates this. And it's an incredibly important detail. Welcome to Mu. To the airfield, Anya. Goodbye, Lemuria. I'll never forget you. The Little Mermaid. Meanwhile, in Albion, look what I found over there, Oriole. The golden idol. Uh-huh. Now turn it over. What? Why? Maiden Lanka. Get double stuffed, idiot. I'm so mad. I'm so upset. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. That sucked so bad. It's like the negative, what's his face? Lazarus Herst. Like, the Lazarus Herst thing is so good in the first game because they set it up so good. And they try to do the same thing here, and they do it super bad, and as a result, it sucks. The difference is, in case of the Golden Idol, when what's-his-face dies and becomes Lazarus Herst, like Edmund Sigvardo, or fucking whatever, whatever his name is, ES. Like, when he dies, they don't spell out the weird thing that happens, but they leave a really conspicuous gap for you to speculate about. And then, as the story develops, they, build subtle clues up to a point where you have to figure it out in order to progress. But they frame it in such a way that you'll get there. The first game is really good about giving you, multiple avenues by which to figure something out, because it puts everything in front of you. And sometimes they're insanely subtle, sometimes they're annoyingly subtle, but they put the information there for you to find. They don't expect you to make huge logical leaps, except where it's really deliberate and carefully curated. This game constantly gives you just nothing to work with and expects you to spin gold from straw. And this sucked. They're yeah, so this guy, right, who never appeared in the story until the 11th hour. Well, you see, he was motivated by these characters that only appeared in the background of a scene, dying for something that basically didn't pertain to the story at all. And, the only reason you could possibly figure out his motivation is if a masked guy from, a story beat, a really long time ago, actually did some stuff, really, late in the story. So we have to, shuffle stuff around like we're a Nirvana initiative and we think we're super duper clever. But we're not, because we're just lying to you to try and make this puzzle difficult, because instead of designing a puzzle, we just kind of, thought it'd be funny to put words on a screen and have you play angry Mad Libs. And, so you have to guess that these magicians had a kid who you have to guess so much. There's nothing here. There's no information at all. I'm sure I missed something, but God alive, it's so horrid. It's such a bad puzzle. Like, it just gives you nothing. It's like worse than like the worst blueprint stuff I've encountered. Like that game at least like gives you some like half-hearted, like vague information about something that's deliberately misleading. That like if you scried through a glass of moon water on the solstice could reveal a hint in the fart of a butterfly. Like, what am I supposed to glean from this? Listen, I understand, like, I fully understand that the whole point is that I don't have all the information to begin with, but like the game is supposed to give me the information, man. It's the whole point. It's the only thing that makes the first game good. Is that it's logic based, is that like it tells you an interesting story, and the mechanism by which it does it is by presenting you with logical puzzles that you can like deterministically solve using like logic. Man, I can't stand it. The thing that makes me the most upset is that a non-zero number of people on this earth look at that and think, boy, what a great twist. Livid. I am so upset. We are hashtag Spike Gaming so hard tomorrow. I defy the game to come up with something worse than that. I don't think it can. I don't think the game is capable of making something worse than that. To answer those questions in sequence, Neko, I guess that first one's not a question, but yes, Kuzco is so good. And also, yes, that is a time wizard. Not only is that a time wizard, it is a time wizard that is also like a fashion accessory and a non-functional alarm clock, which I will elaborate on if requested. I did also get the Goofy Tyranitar. That is a new acquisition. I was playing Mega Tyranitar as the centerpiece of my first Pokemon Champions team for the first 2 seasons. And I've always liked Tyranitar, but like I got really fond of playing Mega Tyranitar. And I liked this guy for a while, but like finally decided that I would ask for him for my birthday. And then like almost immediately upon doing so, they sold out at the Pokemon Center. So I probably got one of the last ones they had in stock. Yeah, so this is a Japanese import time wizard. Inside of him is an alarm clock that I don't know how, because the instructions are fully in Japanese. I'll have to figure that out at some point. But inside of him is an alarm clock that has an only 50% chance of sounding at the time that you set, because he's time wizard, and his effect is that you have to flip a coin, and if it's heads it does what you want, and if it's tails it doesn't. So you only have a 50% chance of the time wizard alarm clock working. Also, on his back he has a couple of clips, because he has a strap that you can connect to wear him as a shoulder bag. You could say you're late to work because of time wizard. Yes, but there's absolutely no guarantee that anyone is gonna abide by that. Did you make a guess? No, I've been very mad and I didn't accept any guesses. Nego just started talking about the background because I think she wanted me to stop being upset. But yes, there are plenty of new things to look at here. I've tried to put mostly everything on display. I think well, yeah, other than the I got a couple of new ghost sitting cuties, and neither one of them wanted to play nice with hiding anything. It was a little bit of trouble. So you can go ahead and get, like, listen, this sucked. This was absolute garbage. This is truly an offensive puzzle that makes me want to do war crimes. But instead of doing war crimes, you should figure out where I've hidden secret Squirtles because they're out there. They're hiding among the plush in this room, the plush that are on display. And there's not some like weird, horrible, spiteful trick from a video game that hates your guts. Oh, there's a Tyranitar in the museum. I wouldn't actually have guessed that because he's not like a literal fossil Pokemon. That's pretty good. I do appreciate you sticking with the Princess Kuzco one. Yeah, but make no mistake, I'm not gonna let this game win. We're gonna get to the end of this game, and I'm gonna hate it on its own merits forever, and it will have earned that by being some real stink garbage. One wonders why I do this to myself. And if I could answer that for you, I think I'd have unlocked some sort of important secret about myself. But I do know myself to be something of a masochist when presented with an overcomable obstacle. I mean, you saw me put together a name game for last Halloween. That was a nightmare. I'm glad you liked the little Winnie the Pooh. I think my mom really liked the Winnie the Pooh photo where we stopped for drinks and I had the Winnie the Pooh on my backpack and I just gave him the straw. We had a good time. Okay, I don't see any new guesses coming in. So we got Kuzco and Tyranitar and everyone's favorite cool spot and Jigglypuff and I missed one in there. I don't think so. So we'll start with Kuzco. Very popular guess. Oh, all right. Well, Pooh fell down. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Kuzco also Squirtle. I mean, just look at him. He's so good. I mean, look, he's supposed to be dead, but instead, he's cuddling. He's got his hair. He's got his little tail. He's got his hoofs with which not to shake hands. Jigglypuff. Also Squirtle. As well as the beloved cool spot. And not that anyone asked, but Time Wizard also has Squirtle. But he's got these loops, you see. And it comes with a strap so you can like wear him. It's very good. But like he's plush, but he also has like the clock mechanism in him. He's got like a I haven't messed with this at all yet. But like look, it looks like his little staff. It has like the skulls and the little like castles on it. His legs are a little wonky, I'm not gonna lie about it. But like he's so good. He's one of my favorite like non-Pokemon monster designs of all time. You know, like I play a lot of like, you know, card games which have lots of like monster battle elements in them. And he's really good. And they make like a small number of Time Wizard themed plush, but like most of them honestly suck. But this guy is great. I love him. Someday I might figure out how to set this in Japanese. Some of these words are in English, but the instructions sure aren't. I love him. He's really good. They did a really good, faithful job of making Time Wizard and his stupid googly eyes and his little staff. And you can wear him as a bag for some reason. Oh yeah, also Tyranitar has Squirtle. So the theme is birthday theme. So everything here I either got for a birthday some year, or I felt pertained to the concept of birthday this year. I included Winnie the Pooh and Tigger because hitting up Pooh was a big high priority, and we ended up with the new little Pooh. Also, no one commented on him. Might not have been able to tell because he's small. This is Eeyore, but he's also a bee. He has little bee wings. Still got the tail. Important. Kind of can't tell, but like in his hair are little antenna. Just a little guy. Just a little guy. Like him a lot. The Tyrannosaur is extremely good. He's so like the perfect amount of derpy. I really love him. He's very good. Wondered if that was Beor. Oh yeah, that's a Beor. He's supposed to be like representing some Japanese character I don't know, called Urapocha. And apparently they make like a whole Winnie the Pooh line of these. The shop we were at only had Eeyore, but like that's great because I love Eeyore. Eeyore is favorite. Pooh is also favorite, but Eeyore is favorite. He's so good. I do find myself wondering though, like why it is that like plush toys now are being like manufactured as though they charge by tag length. Like when I started the stream, I had shoulder Pooh on, right? And look at this. The tag is like bigger than the entire guy that goes on your shoulder. Like what's that about? Who's that for? I just feel like we haven't really thought this through, I guess. I can't believe they made plush Cusco. What an absolute treat. What a wonderful acquisition. Could use the crazy long tag. I mean, like, they're long, but like they're getting out of hand. I mean, like they've been long for a while, but like now we're like over a full like plush toys length longer. We're like more than 100% the size of the plush toys, the size of some of these tags. It's a good distraction from how absolutely full of hate I am. His face is perfect. I mean, like, he literally, he's like the expression on like Happy Cusco Plush's face is like an exact recreation of like a couple of scenes in the movie. It's so good. Because apparently Urapocha isn't a character, but a popular line of palm-sized plush. That's what I read something that like literally implied it was like the Winnie the Pooh line was like these characters as a different character. Like maybe it was like something weird about the way they wrote it, but like I don't think it was like just using the Japanese word for bee, although I don't know what that is. But like the way it was described, like really made it seem like it was trying to replicate a specific character. But yeah, he's cute. It's like just a little bit of beanbag, you know. Such floppy ears. Anyway, I got lots of great stuff is the point, including this pirate shirt. Yeah, I'm gonna need a big old recover from that stream. That made me real mad. We'll be back tomorrow, and for some reason I'm gonna be playing the same game. That makes me very upset. We will work together, and we will overcome, and we will have many good plush friends. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. Until I do, take care of yourselves and remember that you are Clawsome.